necessary ingredients, but we do. Check it.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it.
Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. Before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little loving that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want. From our harshest past and better than our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over problems we can fix, industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie, but I'm gonna spit it like I know. They don't know, they don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit.
Check 1 2.
That you're gonna free your mind tonight.
All right. It is 09/12, May the 6th, Wednesday, Central European Time, and that will make it 3:12 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time in the Americas. What's up, everybody? Yeah, another serious day. Days are getting serious. I mean, days have been serious, but they just keep getting more serious day by day. And you know, it's the same. The good part about it, I guess, everything, there's an upside to everything. And I think the upside to this is that people have figured out Trump. You know, people have, there's been some people, I mean, you know I've figured it out now. I know what's up. It's a pattern that he runs. This is psychology. It may as well been an experiment that they picked up from social media, collecting conversations and ideas and content from people using Facebook and using all of this stuff. And they take that information and then they kind of build an idea, you know, a type of individual. You know, they create it themselves and then try to argue against it. You know, they use your own data and your own thoughts against you. And then they came up with this plan on how they can easily manipulate people. You know, and they figured this shit out and you know, they figured it out. This is Epstein shit. I'm telling you, this is Epstein. These people been sitting back, tweaking off of how stupid the American people are and how they think, you know, how divided they are and the way they think, not just how divided they are, but in what ways are they divided? What describes each little group and how they work and how they think? And then they throw that algorithm back at you and it works. They throw it right back at you. And they threw that motherfucker. They threw MAGA. They threw MAGA a curveball that just, and you know, it's like, it's taking them all over the place. That's why they have all these excuses for why Trump didn't do really the 99% of the things he said he was going to do. You know, the one thing he did do was give them their little meat that they needed, and that was the immigrants. They needed the immigrants, and they need to be able to blame the left. So he gives them that, and then he takes everything else. And if you haven't figured it out yet, MAGA, hey, look, at some point, people are just going to have to accept that you can't figure it out. And there's signs of it. For some people, there's signs. Like we have that woman in the video that's talking about, I know what I want. I know what I want. And I don't want to vote. Just because, yes, MAGA people are online in that algorithm having conversations and where they come up with the idea that, hey, man, women shouldn't even have a right to vote. You know what I'm saying? Let's go right back to the beginning. Let's go to the Constitution. Fuck the Bill of Rights. Let's just do it. And they literally are doing this. They're literally having these conversations with themselves also off of net, which is why you get the lady on video talking about, I know what I want. I know what I want. Because they've been talking about it in her town, and she have the nerve to say she don't want to vote. She doesn't care if women have the right to vote. It's insane. But this is who they are. Then you have other ones. Let me pull some of this shit up while I'm talking about it. It's better illustrated because, you know, at the end of the day, that's what you came for. You want the evidence. You want the actual proof. You know, you want to see the ridiculousness, right? That's really what you want. You want to see the ridiculousness. You don't just want to hear it from me. And I understand that. I understand that straight up. I respect that, right? But let me see something here. Hold on 2 seconds.
This picture looks.
Let me let me show you, just so you know who this is. This is just insane. It is insane. It is insane. I feel so sorry for my country, but then again, nobody's special. Everybody's equal. And when you miseducate and uneducate millions of people for such a long time, this is what you get. You get a lot of fucking ignorant Americans, and it is what it is. And I'm not capping for them. You know, they're imperialistic towards their own people, first of all. And you got to understand the nature of it. It's like these people don't just go outside of the country and do shit to other people. They do it to their own people inside, you know. And yeah, it's horrible. But, you know, this is what we have in the U.S. We have these ideas where some people just think, you know, they want to make believe like like somehow they're better than some other American. Americans are tired of this shit. We're tired of being played black people against white people, against Asian people, against Hispanic people. We're fucking tired of that. We're tired of it. And there's loads of people that are tired of it from all groups, man. And it is really taking a toll on our country to where you just are able to say racist things. And guess what? They just buy it, and you don't have to do anything for those people. They just listen to you, you know, say racist things and don't demand shit from their tax dollars. You know, sorry about this. It's taking me a second to grab this video. Yeah, and they don't require shit for their taxes. Americans don't require shit for their tax money that they go to work for. They don't. They're the one group in the West that doesn't require shit, and they don't even realize it. They literally think getting something for your taxes makes you a communist. This is what they think, and this is what they've been told, and it just is what it is. And it's so sad to see that so many Americans believe it. But you know what I'm talking about is true because it's on social media everywhere. What do they call you when you say education, public education? What do they call it when you say universal health care? They say communism. That's what comes out of their brain. Communism. That's exactly what it is. And what they say it is. And it's like, wow, man, you mean to tell me you really don't know that every other Western capitalistic country has universal health care? Like, you really don't know that? But look, in case you want to know, and you think that I'm making this shit up, obviously, most of you know I'm not, but some of you never seen my program before. So this is what we got to deal with in the United States.
I don't care.
Are you saying you don't mind if your right to vote would be taken away?
I don't care. I know what I want. I know what I want.
But you wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
I don't care. I've told you 3 times. I don't care.
Are you saying you don't mind?
Right. So, you know, but this is literally what the left is up against. Ignorance. The left is up against ignorance, and ignorance votes. Ignorance votes in the United States of America, and it doesn't vote too. In some ways, 1/3 of the people are so goddamn dumb they don't fucking vote. 1/3 of the voting population of the United States. I'm just going to say it what I feel. This is my feeling. I feel you all are fucking dumb. Okay. Now there's one lady. Look, this is just her. This is why they don't vote. This is one of them. Listen to her.
And if your right to vote would be taken away?
I don't care.
The question is, and what happens if your vote would be taken away? And she's like, I don't care, right? But there's already people that just won't vote anyway. You give them a vote, they ain't going to vote anyway. That's how ignorant they fucking are.
I know what I want.
But you wouldn't be able to get what you want if you can't vote for it.
So this is a real dynamic in the United States of America, and it's not the only stupid shit. Look, check this out. It gets worse.
Trump
it gets
is the
worse.
closest thing.
Wow. Oh my God. You don't even want to hear this shit. Let me get back to that. But you don't even want to hear what was just playing. But let me get back to that. I want 2 seconds. Hold on. Oh my God. Now, yeah, thanks everybody for coming out. Do me a favor, click the like button before we get started. I'm almost there. I'm just getting off to a slow start. I think I got Friars coming up here in a little bit to talk some political talk. Now, listen, these are the midterms, and the midterms are the most important time. This is the most important midterms in like 50, some people might say 100 years. Like straight up. This is not a normal midterm in the United States of America. This is basically all or nothing midterm. This is all or nothing. And like the sand, you got that little glass with the sand in it. What do they call those? That midterm is like when the day of the midterm comes, that sand has run out. And if there's no motherfucking elections in the United States of America, shit is going to hit the fan. Straight up. That's really what it is. It's a countdown to Armageddon in the United States of America because people are going to fucking lose it if the United States government attempts, state or federal, attempts to interfere and suppress United States citizens' votes. I'm just telling you, this is the time. Remember last year we were saying the midterms is going to come and people are pissed. People were pissed last year. People were fucking livid last year. People in the United States of America are fucking livid. And all they was waiting for was this last opportunity to vote. And let's see who's going to play games with interfering with it. Because I guarantee you, if that shit spreads beyond a couple of little places already, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is it? Louisiana said they're canceling the votes. In Louisiana, it's canceled. The motherfucking governor in Louisiana canceled an election that people had already started voting for. But look, another illustration. This is who we're talking about. This is the mentality the left is fighting. The left is fighting ignorance. How do you fight ignorance? Listen.
You were saying that Democrats are mean-spirited? Yeah. And what were you saying should happen to the government officials?
I think they should all be hanged.
What do you think about Democrats right now?
Very mean-spirited.
They actually should be hung or hanged or whatever, however you say it, because for treason of the United States.
You were saying that Democrats are mean-spirited? Yeah. And what were you saying should happen to the government officials?
I think they should all be hanged.
What do you think about...
Right. So he thinks that Democrats should be hung. That's what he thinks. You know, and so this is what people on the left are dealing with. Ignorant, stupid, violent, and also people that are easily used by billionaires, you know, to attack their own best interests. You know, these are some ignorant motherfuckers. And, you know, nothing personal. I don't have anything personal against them, but listen to what this motherfucker just said. And this seems to be something they just think is okay.
Democrats right now.
This is not isolated.
Very mean-spirited.
They actually should be hung or hanged or whatever, however you say it, because for treason of the United States.
You were saying that Democrats are mean-spirited? Yeah. And what were you saying should happen to the government officials?
I think they should all be hanged.
What do you think about Democrats right now?
Very mean-spirited.
They actually should be hung.
Right. So you see, this is the kind of psychology. They go around killing people for protesting, right? Then want to shoot them with rubber bullets, gas them, throw gas grenade bombs in people's heads and shit like this. They do this. They hit a Catholic priest upside the head with a grenade bomb, just straight in his face. They're brutalizing people across the United States, and all these people that have been brutalized and everybody else that's been sitting back witnessing it and recording it and demonstrating and making noise about it, all these people have been waiting for the midterm elections. The midterm elections, for people that don't know, those are the elections that you elect senators, congressional members and senators. You know, somewhere the multitude, a large group of them get elected. These are to the houses, right? Now, if they're up for election, right? Now, yeah. So that's not the presidency, but the power is all in the Congress, in the individuals that get elected and represent in the houses. So they're the ones that can impeach the president. They're the ones that can impeach the vice president. They're the ones that can stop anything. It's the houses that can stop anything and anyone in the United States of America. It's not really the president, and it's not really the Supreme Court. So everything that you've witnessed of the United States government, it is pretty much because the Congress and the Senate allow it. Yes, it's them. And so the only way to stop them from behaving this way legally is to vote them out. And now these are the people that are up for election, many of them. You see what I'm saying? So that's what's going on right now in November. I think it's November 4th or something like that. But Friars is going to come up here and talk a little bit more about that. I don't know how many of you know who Friars is, but he comes up here. He's a political commentary, an independent one, but he's worked with Democrats and, and independents. So, so he's going to speak a little bit right now about what's going on with some of the midterms and a few other dynamics going on, right? But for now, we have this shit that's going on. And so people have been waiting since last year. Americans that have been livid, the one thing that they waited for was the midterm elections. And now they're actually out there trying to cancel them. The Supreme Court has made it possible. All of these things possible now. Gerrymandering, now instead of gerrymandering being seen as something you can only use in a limited fashion, now it's in an election year, just a couple of months before the election, they have decided that many states have decided that they're going to gerrymander. That means change the districts where people live. That means change the options for who you can vote for. That's what gerrymandering means. You're literally taking a person that has a specific address and putting them with other people that have a different addresses. And through that, you're controlling who they can even vote for. Yeah. So for people that don't know what gerrymandering is, that's what it actually is. So it doesn't say, it sounds nice. No, it's actually fucking over people's ability to vote, because you go for people. Some people go up to 6 months, maybe a year campaigning for office. And then all of a sudden someone comes in your state and changes who you can vote for at the last minute. Listen, the Supreme Court has already ruled against this shit before. And now, because it's Trump, they've decided that it's okay. And the reason why they ruled against it before is they said it's election interference. You can't change the maps before you're too close to an election, I believe. So normally in election year, you don't do it. It's the year after you can do it, or anytime after the election has finished. But you normally can't do it leading up to the election. Is it January 6th? Yeah. So no, I'm sorry about that. Don't. I don't know what you mean. January, Jan 6. Yeah. Now listen, so it's in November, but normally you can't change the districts, and they've allowed it. So the courts, these people, Clarence Thomas and the rest of these KKK types, the ones that seem to think everything that's the problem with the United States of America comes on the backs of immigrants and minorities and women. Listen, just to remind you, like, it's not a joke. That lady that you just heard, she was saying it herself. She was talking about something that has been spoken about regarding Republicans, regarding women's rights to vote, right? And she was commenting on that, and she was like, she knows what she wants. She don't care. She don't want to vote. She knows what she wants. Like, so that's how serious that kind of conversation is in the United States right now. And then you hear more of these people that are just like, Democrats should be hung for being treasonous, right? And so obviously this is the language that's allowed in the country. And the only thing Democrats wanted and independents wanted and others wanted was a chance to vote. So people watch folks get brutalized and, brutalized, and they're still getting brutalized daily. They've had the National Guard come into their towns. They've had people be murdered just for demonstrating, right? They've had people harassed and brutalized just for recording and documenting what is going on. You see what I mean? And all these people, all they wanted was the opportunity to vote. These are good people. These are good Americans that respect the rule of law. But I'm telling you, come this election cycle, fuck around with the votes and find out it's the sandglass hour. It is counting. Americans basically have had enough. So anybody that's out there thinking that this is going to be a joke, no, it's not going to be a joke. Just wait. Lefties are going to wait until these elections play out. And if these elections don't play out honestly, with a good intent, treating people with respect and dignity when they fucking show up at the fucking polls, it's going to be problems. And you already know some of these people are so sick, they will try to blow up polls just to stop people from going and voting. This is what's coming too. It's coming too. It's coming too. I mean, people threaten to blow up the polls on a regular day. These people are fucking desperate and insane. They're fucking insane. Listen, this is what they're saying. Just to remind you of what I mean when I say insane. This is what I mean. This is insane.
Or hanged, or whatever, however you say it, because for treason of the United States.
You were saying that Democrats are mean-spirited?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what were you saying should happen to the government officials?
I think they should all be hanged.
What do you think about Democrats right now?
Very mean-spirited.
They actually should be hung or hanged or whatever, however you say it, because for treason of the United States.
You were saying that Democrats are mean-spirited?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what were you saying should happen to the...
So, they're proposing that. And this is not an isolated event. You've seen January 6th. You saw how that played out. Do you think they were joking when they were talking about knocking some police upside the head? No. Do you think they did it? Do you think they were joking about bashing in windows and kicking in the fucking door of the Capitol and running over police officers? No, they did it. That wasn't a joke. So, do you think they were joking about wanting to kill Mike Pence? Nope, not a joke. Nancy Pelosi? Nope, not a joke. They openly threaten to kill politicians all the time. And the same group that does that regularly, their president has a Supreme Court justices that essentially change all the rules so he can maintain power. It is unfair. It is undemocratic. It is against the Constitution of the United States of America. It is against the law. And American people know it. American people know it. So this loony show has been going on for a while now. But it is going to come to an end.
The government officials?
I think they should all be hanged.
What do you think about Democrats right now?
Very mean-spirited.
They actually should be hung or hanged or whatever, however you say it, because...
Oh, he says that in such a nice way. That's such a nice thing to say. Yeah, they should actually just be hung. Wow, what beautiful, kind words for people that just want to vote and pay taxes. What kind words? That's what Democrats deserve. They deserve to be hung for wanting to vote and pay taxes. Democrat states actually contribute more to the federal budget, operating budget, than red states. And these people got the nerve to be talking about hanging Democrats. And these are the arrogant people. They're going to come and try to bomb the polling stations. And they're going to try. This is what they're going to do. When a woman that has the wrong look shows up at the voting polls, the people that are supposed to check them in these bigoted ass racist fucking towns across America, what they're going to do is they're going to decide based on look how much ID you should have and whether it's good enough. So just to make it very clear, if there's a white Trump supporting woman and a black non-supporting Trump supporting woman showing up at the poll in that particular state, in that particular county, 1 minute apart, 30 seconds apart from each other, the white one will get let in and the black one will be refused for having the same exact form of identification down to the T. That is what they plan on doing. And they're going to do that for a lot of different people. It's not going to just be black women. They're going to do that for a whole heaping lot. That's their plan. And before that, they will gerrymander, change all the districts. You see what I mean? This is what they're planning on doing. The Supreme Court has effectively fucked over the United States of America. The Supreme Court has not operated in the best interest of the citizens of the United States of America. The Supreme Court essentially has said, fuck it, we want chaos because we want to make the one thing the people have the right to do, vote, while they pay taxes. You know, that's what started the United States of America, right? The idea of the right to representation, no taxation without representation. That's what started the country. And the fact that the Supreme Court would do things that basically dishonor that concept, that go against that concept. Yo, you lighting a match in the United States of America. That's what they did. They officially lit a match. You know, now how hard it burns depends on how how much people want to cool that match off, but that match is fucking lit. Like, you can best believe it. And words like this from people, we're going to have to hear them gaslight everyone, right? We're going to have to listen to them gaslight you and tell them, oh, he just said this because he loves you.
For treason of the United States.
You were saying that Democrats are mean-spirited? Yeah. And what were you saying should happen to the government officials?
I think they should all be hanged.
What do you think about...
Yeah, so these are the nice people. These are the nice people, you know. That was such a nice thing to say, you know what I mean? From such a caring person, caring American. They should just be lynched. They should just be lynched. All right, well, hey, if that's how you feel, you know what I'm saying? And nobody's going to correct that behavior, you know? But in any case, there's a lot to talk about today. Let me see here. Let me get back. There's a couple other things. Let me see here before I get started. My God, you know, I've really had to watch a lot, and it's really
and Israel
are
not the same.
What's going on here?
Let us not be duped.
Damn, what's happening here?
The president.
Let us not be.
Shit is going haywire, y'all. Sorry.
What do you think about Democrats, right?
Let me just stop that. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, there's so much going on in the U.S. right now that is bad. That is bad. But the main thing that's really going to make it, that's going to tip it over the edge, is this thing about the elections. Now, let me see here. Let me go and play something about the elections here. 2 seconds. Here we go. This is Mark Elias.
Have already begun. Tens of thousands of voters have already cast ballots. Like, forget about like the confusion that might come in the future. There is confusion right now if these elections are canceled.
Right. So the Supreme Court just did this bullshit that is causing the electorate from state to state, people to go haywire, because essentially they've given them the green light to basically stop elections and to even hinder voting, to change what person you could vote for at the last minute.
And in fact, the governor of Louisiana, doing his best Bull Connor reprise, issued an executive emergency declaration declaring a state of emergency in the state of Louisiana, not because of a flood, not because of a hurricane.
Right. So this is how desperate they are. They declared a state of emergency to stop the election. Everybody's watching this shit. And, you know, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad, and it's going to be on the Supreme Courts. It's going to be on them. It's literally going to be on them. It's going to be on Donald Trump, of course, but as I've been saying, he's old as fuck and is probably not going to live past this year. Trump is fucking old. He's sick. And they've had this idea, they've known a long time, like any other rational person, that J.D. Vance is going to be the next person because that's Peter Thiel's boy and Elon Musk's boy. You see what I'm saying? And he's going to be worse. You think J.D. Vance has a conscience? You know, Trump, you think J.D. Vance has more of a conscience than Trump? Don't be so sure about that. Don't be so sure about that at all. Because, you know, the one thing Trump has is that kind of fuck you idea, that because he grew up rich. J.D. Vance grew up fucking poor. You know what I'm saying? So he doesn't have that fuck you idea to other people with power. He has that handout, that thought, you know, thank you very much, massa. That's exactly what's on. So J.D. Vance is even weaker, if you ask me, and he's younger, which means he can last forever. So this is a serious situation coming up because Americans don't want none of it anymore. But in any case, let me play a little bit more of this Mike Elias. He's actually from Democracy Docket, but he has a law firm and they've been kicking ass in the courts. So when you hear this man tell you this, understand he's telling you the facts. He's telling you the facts. This is what it is. All right.
Okay, not because of a natural disaster, not because of a terrorist attack, but because people were voting. And he suspended the election as a result. And the Supreme Court of the United States last night turned a blind eye to all of that. They turned a blind eye to the fact that this was going on. And instead, what they did is they expedited, and I want everyone to understand this, they expedited the process of the Supreme Court issuing what's called a mandate, which makes their ruling official. They expedited it. Normally, it takes 32 days for that to happen. And they did it like that at, again, the request of the Republican state officials, this time in the state of Louisiana. There is no way to explain why Black Alabamians in 2022, when the election was almost 5 months away, it was too late. But in Louisiana, white Louisianans, when the election is ongoing, get an assist from the Supreme Court saying it is not too
right.
late.
I mean,
so you see, a case like this has already been brought before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled the exact opposite. So there was even more time between the election, and the Supreme Court said, no, that's too close to an election to change the districts, right? But now the Supreme Court has overruled its last ruling and said, no, now it doesn't matter how close it is. It's still fine. Like, what is it? May, June, July, August, September. It's 5 months out. It's 5 months out. You know? And so it's just and then the governor cancels the election. The governor has canceled it. I mean, the dude has literally fucking canceled it. You know what? This is so serious. Let me review something. 2 seconds, y'all. I'm sorry for the for not being totally prepared, but let me review a couple of things real quick. And don't worry, I will be right here. I just want to check out something. 2 seconds.
Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. Before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? All right. So I'm back now. Yeah, thank you for that slight pause. Let me see here. Now let me get to more of this democracy docket here, man. This is actually getting me, you know, I'm a little heated, and actually I should have been a little more cautious myself and not let myself get so heated so quickly. But you know, it's serious moments, y'all, and I'm not bullshitting you. This is like serious. Every single thing that I just said, it is very, very serious, and it's real. I feel sorry, people around the world. If you care about the good American people, the ones that try to be civil, that try to be reasonable, that try to do the positive, and even if it's just a little positive, it's really, really time that people, you know, start rooting out loud and start doing whatever you can to, you know, assist in getting rid of totalitarianism and also this authoritarianism, right? And this level of corruption, this level of, you know, grifting, this level of, you know, they use the word treason, right? I mean, this is what they did. They actually used the word treason. You heard it. They use it loosely, you know, like on Democrats. You know, they always use it on Democrats. It's insane, actually, the way to listen to them use that term on Democrats. We heard the guy just a minute ago say they should hang Democrats for treason, right? We heard that. And so they use these ideas all the time, treason. But yes, treason. You know what I mean? Like, it's happening. It just ain't happening according to what that dude said. But treason appears to be happening. And folks are going to, I think, start hearing and using that word a lot more. Although it has been used, people have been trying to be civil and try to wait until the elections again. But the elections may not even happen. So
Here we go.
I mean, let's just sit.
Just to give y'all some understanding clearly of what's going to kick this shit off, pretty much. Here we go.
Court does this extraordinary.
Yeah, this is
with
democracy
elections
docket.
too close.
This is democracy docket. Okay, all right, here we go.
Well, here we are. Primary voting was already underway in Louisiana when Calais came down.
Yep.
People had cast ballots. And now the Supreme Court does this extraordinary thing, issuing an order that speeds up the ability of states to take action under the holding in Calais. And of course, we've seen that happen, right? Louisiana tries to stop the election. You're litigating. Other states' legislatures are going back into session to draw new maps. I mean, what the hell happened to Purcell? And can you explain this order that the court issued last?
Right. So Purcell was a ruling that happened prior to this, that where the Supreme Court ruled the exact opposite.
Last night?
Yeah, I can't explain it as law. I mean, this is, like we all reach our breaking point. I was joking with Leah Littman about this. Like we all reach our breaking point. And I wrote a piece for Democracy Docket this morning entitled "The Supreme Court is taking off its mask." Now, for many people, they'd say they took off the mask a long time ago. Like I said, we all reach our own breaking point. And last night was, frankly, my breaking point. Because as you point out, 4 years ago, on January 27th, 2022, Black Alabamians won a very significant victory because a federal court ordered a new congressional map to be put in place with 2 rather than 1 minority opportunity district. This was a big deal. I mean, this was the culmination of a lot of effort by a lot of lawyers and a lot of courage by a lot of Black voters to vindicate their rights under the Constitution, under the Voting Rights Act, to have fair constitutional districts for them to vote in. 10 days later, okay, in early February, at the request of the Republican state officials, the Supreme Court blocked that victory. And here is what the conservative majority said. Quote, late judicial tinkering with election laws can...
Okay, so this is the ruling that the court made, right?
The Supreme Court blocked that victory. And here is what the conservative majority said. Quote, late judicial tinkering with election laws can lead to disruption and to unanticipated and unfair consequences for candidates, political parties, and voters, among others. Okay, that was authored by Justices Kavanaugh and Alito.
Now, remember, I don't know how many of you were watching one of the streams where we were talking about this a few months back, and I was saying it's not likely to happen. The longer it takes the Supreme Court to rule, the less likely it is that they will allow districting to happen because it's too close to the election. That's normally considered election interference. This is exactly the ruling I was talking about. So, just let's hear it one more time so people can hear it and hear it for themselves and know and be informed about what it's actually called, because this is very, very serious. What this does is this sets the United States election process into mayhem, into total, utter mayhem. And it's not only for Black Americans, and it's not only for Hispanic Americans, and it's not only for Asian Americans, and it's not only for women. It's for it's for this is how stupid it is. This is how stupid it is. Listen, you know what you're going to have with this? This is insane. You're going to have 100% Democrat states and 100% Republican states. No in between. That's what you're going to get out of this ruling. And of course, that means you don't have a country. Supreme Court knows this. Trump knows this. Who else knows this? And of course, this was part of their plan, MAGA plan, according to, the Heritage Foundation and the Project 22, all this shit, according to the right wingers online, because they've been openly discussing this shit. Gerrymander, yeah, change the districts. You could do that, but they don't tell you the outcome. The outcome is that at the end of all of this gerrymandering, all you're going to have is blue states and red states. You're not going to have anybody being elected. In a blue state, you won't have one Republican being elected. In a Republican state, you won't have one Democrat being elected to anything. That's what this could potentially do. It could also potentially backfire, but let's hear some more from the experts here.
Minority Opportunity District. This was.
Do me a favor, click the like button, y'all, please. I got to get the likes up, please, because it gets more people in the stream earlier. You know what I'm saying? So help me out. If you haven't clicked the like button, do me a favor and click the like button for a brother. Okay. I'll also got Friars coming up in a little bit. So let's see.
Big deal. I mean, this was the culmination of a lot of effort by a lot of lawyers and a lot of courage by a lot of black voters to vindicate their rights under the Constitution, under the Voting Rights Act, to have fair constitutional districts for them to vote in. 10 days later, okay, in early February, at the request of the Republican state officials, the Supreme Court blocked that victory. And here is what the conservative majority said. Quote, late judicial tinkering with election laws can lead to disruption and to unanticipated and unfair consequences for candidates, political parties, and voters, among others. Okay, that was authored by Justices Kavanaugh and Alito. The primary in Alabama at that point had not begun. In fact, the primary in Alabama was nearly 5 months away. Okay, so this was February for a primary that was not taking place, I don't think, till June. Okay, so this was, in their view, just, black voters in Alabama. Sorry, but you got one more cycle. You got to live with the indignity of an illegal and unconstitutional map because, it might confuse people. It might confuse, in their words, candidates, political parties, voters, among others. Now, I would also add that earlier this cycle, in November of 2025, Black and Latino voters blocked a Texas map in federal court. And in early December, the Supreme Court stayed that order, holding that in granting minorities voters relief, quote, the district court improperly inserted itself into an active primary campaign, causing much confusion and upsetting the delicate federal-state balance in elections.
Right. So what he's saying is that the Supreme Court has been against this the whole time. The current Supreme Court has already ruled on these matters. So everyone knows this. And that's why it's going to be seen as trying to steal the election. That's what it's going to be seen as, because that's pretty much what it is. That is exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And, they may not, obviously it could backfire because maybe loads of people don't like that idea, even if they are Republicans. But as you heard before, you have Republicans like like the dude who's saying, hang Democrats. Democrats deserve to be hung. So there's no way of knowing or even being able to believe that they're joking about stealing an election. Jan 6 already happened. So, the Supreme Court has really fucked over the United States of America. And of course, I believe that the idea is to, be able to force people into accepting it, essentially, accepting a stolen election, right? To force people into it. Of course, this is what Trump was attempting to do the last time, is steal the election the last time. But this time it appears that is exactly what they are up to do. And this is just the beginning phase of it. First, it's stop this election from happening, right? Which they pretty much have already done. Why? Because if American people don't have confidence in the elections, there it is. And how do you have confidence in elections where everyone has to gerrymander now because the Supreme Court has made it officially okay? You see what I'm saying? Like this close to the election. And if no one overturns if no one takes Louisiana to court and have them come out of this emergency thing, and open the election back up, allow people to vote again, they've already fucked that election up. How long is it going to take someone to get that into a court? Let's find out. But I don't think, to me, it just looks all downhill from here, because it's one thing to have people try to operate outside of the law. It's another thing to have people that are supposed to uphold the law actually go around the law purposefully. You see, like knowing damn well that they are actually going against their own precedent. There is nothing more. There is nothing more telling than the judges going against their own prior rulings. And they have writings. They wrote down why and how they thought. Listen to this shit. This shit is fucked. It's fucked. It's fucked. They've crossed the line basically here. Let's listen.
This
again.
was February for a primary that was not taking.
What's up, Fries? I see you in the chat, bro.
Place. I don't think till June. Okay.
Okay. No worries. Just give me. Yeah. No worries. I'm gonna be going for a minute. So come back when you're ready.
So this was, in their view, just, black voters in Alabama. Sorry, but you got one more cycle. You got to live with the indignity of an illegal and unconstitutional map because, it might confuse people. It might confuse, in their words, candidates, political parties, voters, among others. Now, I would also add that earlier this cycle, in November of 2025, Black and Latino voters blocked a Texas map in federal court. And in early December, the Supreme Court stayed that order, holding that in granting minorities voters relief, quote, the district court improperly inserted itself into an active primary campaign, causing much confusion and upsetting the delicate federal-state balance in elections. The Texas congressional primary was not until March. Okay. I mean, this was in early December. They were saying it was already too late.
We either have to laugh or we're going to start weeping.
Right. And so there you have it. Well, here we are. Louisiana congressional elections have already begun. Tens of thousands of voters have already cast ballots. Like
tens of thousands of voters have already cast ballots. And then check out what the governor does.
Forget about the confusion that might come in the future. There is confusion right now if these elections are canceled. And in fact, the governor of Louisiana, doing his best Bull Connor reprise, issued an executive emergency declaration declaring a state of emergency in the state of Louisiana, not because of a flood, not because of a hurricane, not because of a natural disaster, not because of a terrorist attack, but because people were voting. And he suspended the election.
So there you have it. So people are going to be waiting to see what happens here. But listen, I mean, elections are happen within a certain time frame. You can't just stop them and start them up again. That's not really, So yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can stop them and start them up again. But how long are you going to wait? The longer you wait to start them up, it's also a ticking time bomb. And then on top of it, just even trying it is a ticking time bomb from the beginning. It's already telling people expect more of this. And it's telling people to prepare for no votes. That's what it's telling people. It's sending out the signal to American people that there will not be free and fair elections this 2026. That's the signal that I would think it sends to people. That's the signal it sends to me. That's what I'm hearing. Like our country and our citizens and our elected officials no longer care about the rules. They just are willing to stop them. And they can be even the most sacred laws, sacred rules, sacred ideas of, principles. The simple idea of voting, taxation without representation is how the country was founded, on a war because of that. You see what I'm saying? And now they're basically saying your representation, we can fucking tamper with it anytime and you are going to fucking pay taxes anyway. They're saying taxation without representation. That's literally what they're saying. Yeah. Hope I'm wrong.
As a result. And the Supreme Court of the United States last night turned a blind eye to all of that. They turned a blind eye to the fact that this was going on. And instead, what they did is they expedited, and I want everyone to understand this, they expedited the process of the Supreme Court issuing what's called a mandate, which makes their ruling official. They expedited it. Normally, it takes 32 days for that to happen. And they did it like that at, again, the request of the Republican state officials, this time in the state of Louisiana. There is no way to explain why Black Alabamans.
Yeah, so that is That's, again, they went out of their way to do things extra fast to get it done. And, so now the result is this guy, the governor has canceled the election. He's declaring a state of an emergency. That's what Donald Trump said he was going to do also, right? Didn't he say he was going to do that himself? So, yeah, I don't know how myself, I think something very, very bad is going to happen because of this. And, yeah, what could be done about it? I don't think anything can be done about it, to be honest myself, because these things are so serious. Yeah, it's almost like they really want they want people to actually take to more, how can I say, extreme measures, basically, and yeah, so I believe that's basically going to happen. But in any case, let me hear a little bit more of this. This is going to be a trend across the U.S. So in other words, people that wanted to see the United States people go into a civil war, they probably going to they very might well get their wish. They might get their wish. People that wanted the U.S. to be in a civil war, they might get their wish. They should clap about this, because if something does set it in a civil war, this is the kind of thing that would. You see, like the simple idea that you do whatever you want, treat the people any old way, have those people wait for elections, wait to do it the right way, and then stop the election. So, okay. Yep.
In 2022, when the election was almost 5 months away, it was too late. But in Louisiana, white Louisianans, when the election is ongoing, get an assist from the Supreme Court saying it is not too late.
I mean, let's just sit with that for a minute. I don't want to gloss over that point too quickly. The conservative majority on the Supreme Court.
Hey, I see everybody in the chat. Yo, appreciate that. What is it? Marinia. I hope I said that right. Yeah, I appreciate you. Everybody else, I got you.
Doing some serious yoga
practice. Gail, appreciate you too, Gail. Tom, what's up?
To be able to contort themselves into this kind of a pretzel logic. It's not funny.
Tom says it's long overdue, a civil war. I don't know if it's long overdue. I don't, that's your opinion. I hear you. I don't think it's long overdue. I think this is something else. This is being orchestrated, engineered, and I think, they're using all the tools, the media, to induce it. They're using social media, right? They're using basically spreading lies and disinformation about other Americans. They're inducing it. Same thing with the Epstein files. Like, you can blackmail people. Then you have that aspect going on. Who knows who's being blackmailed by who? Who knows who's on the tapes? It's all culminating into one thing. But maybe, maybe it is long overdue. But I think it's sad, because you could, in the richest country on earth, have the best model for a democracy in the world. You could have the best model for a country in the world. But instead, people tend to cheat, lie, and steal. And they do it to their own people, and do it proudly to their own people. So, yeah. And when you do it proudly to your own people, I guess that's what it induces, civil war, but, I would like to think that these Americans that, how can I say this, are happy with Jeffrey Epstein's best buddy being the president. I would like to think they would have more sense than this, but let's be honest, they don't. We already saw January 6th happen, and we always and the lesson was they get off when they do wrong. That was the lesson. They get off when they do wrong. That's the lesson for all Americans. When that group does wrong, they get off scot-free. That was the lesson from 2021, right? And or 20, what is it, 2021? Yeah, something like that. January 6th, sorry. And that was the lesson. And they were pardoned by Trump, and everyone watched that. Even if you didn't like Trump, you watched it. And people spoke about it, their feelings about it. And then Trump went ahead and pardoned them all. Yeah. And a lot of those people were already convicted felons of other shit, rape, all kinds of shit, man. He has sex traffickers on his team, rapists supporting his ass. He's got all of the sickos on his team. You know, President Trump does. Look, check this out. Hold on. Here we go. Sorry about that. Here we are. Here we come. Sorry about that. Trump has weirdos, and they're all deviants, damn near. They either want to hang you or they want to, take women's right to vote away from them. This is who they are, and they expect people to just lay down for them, man. I'm telling you, man. Yo, it's going to get heated, bro. It's going to get heated.
Then there's Craig Long we arrested.
Yeah.
He's 41. Some of you may recognize him. He's an influencer. He also owns Craig Long Fitness in Tampa. He was seeking the services of a prostitute. Did I tell you that he's married?
No.
That he's got 125 followers on Instagram, 568 followers on TikTok. Well, I'm going to give him some content for his social media.
But damn, now that I think about it, he don't have anywhere near the subscribers I have. This is... But he's a fucking influencer. Man, this is just... goddamn, man. Goddamn. Thank God he didn't have more. But listen, there's a million like him. That's the problem. There's way more of them. But look, the problem is their mass. It's not their brains. It's not their intelligence. It's not their integrity. It's nothing. It's their mass and the fact that the government helps them. If they didn't have government help, these people would fucking be extinct already. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they look, if you left them to themselves, they would kill each other. But they want to fuck with everybody else. That's the problem. You know, if we just cut them off and build a wall, that's what we should fucking do. Build a fucking wall. You know what I'm saying? Like, they would die. You know what I'm saying? Like, really? Their only job is to fuck with everybody else. That's their only job. And now the brown people join. You know, I hate to say it that way, but because I'm just a regular dude. You got to understand. I speak the layman's language pretty well. Now, my comprehension is like skyrocket high. I can read the hell out of a book and understand. But my vernacular, I'm sorry. I'm just going to keep it real. Why? Because I hate fucking people like this. I mean, I really do. This guy is supposed to know better. When you wear a tan, you're supposed to know the plight of these people in the fucking country, man. You are a sellout. This dude is a degenerate wearing a tan. That makes us all, everybody else with a tan, look bad. I mean, especially in a bigoted country. What the fuck? Yo, this guy, he's making it hard for people, man. The rest of us are trying to look intelligent and fucking, and this guy's out here talking about MAGA and all of this shit and rape, trying to rape people or be involved in sex. I don't know. What is this? Prostitution rings and shit, man. What the fuck, dude? Thank God. I tell people all the time, you know, character is not a race. It's not it's not a color. Character is not a color. It's not a gender. It's not a sexual orientation. It's not a physical state. Character. You see what I mean? It could happen to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Any type. You know? And this is just one of the types. Him and fucking Cash Patel fucking it up for everybody else. Being a coon for the people that want to hang motherfuckers like us just for goddamn working and paying taxes and wanting to have a decent life with everybody else together. You know, man, whatever. This dude, it's too much today. Man.
He was a previous felon who straightened up.
He was a previous felon before he got caught up in this debacle.
Really what we want to see in life. Now he's an influencer. You know, he moves in big circles, even with the president. This is a photograph with the president and his son not long ago.
Goddamn! Trump. Now we're gonna have to blow that up. Here, this is what I was waiting for. Let me see here. Yes. The big picture. That's what we want. We want the big old picture with all the goodies in it. This is this dude hanging out with motherfucking Trump. This is him. This is Trump's boy, yo. Look, and Trump Jr.'s boy. I don't know, what is this? What's his name? Trump's son on the right hand side. This is the dude just caught up with the hoes, the prostitutes, the sex trafficking. I don't know if he's pimping them out or if he's buying them, you know, or if it's both. Who knows? But this is what they're doing, man. This is what they're doing. Let's listen.
Now, we like to see people who make mistakes early in life, and he had a long history straighten up. We like the fact that he likes the cops. Heck, he liked them so much, he got caught up in a sting and got to be up and real close with the cops. We asked what his attitude was. They said, oh, he had a great attitude. He appreciates law enforcement. Well, there you go. Got arrested in a human trial.
Tom Cornell, I want to play your audio excerpt from your president, Donald Trump, the one you lick nuts on every day.
I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the. You can do anything.
There's your president.
I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star,
You voted for a person who's admitting to rape. That's who you voted for. A person that admits to rape. He just starts kissing them. You see what I'm saying? That's who you voted for. And you also voted for a person that is alleged to like having little boys stick it to him up the backside. That's who you voted for. You voted for Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. You voted for a dude that, you know, is so disgusting, has been accused of all kinds of things. Why he is not prosecuted yet, I have no fucking clue. It must be the elitist, you know, the classism in the society. Obviously, you see what I mean? Yeah, a person that is alleged to have abused little kids in the most horrific way. That's who your champion is. Okay, so you know you're welcome to be here and comment, but I'm going to comment back, and the first thing I'm going to say is,
shut the fuck up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now let's continue. Here we go. Let's hear it.
That he's married.
That's Tom's boy.
That he's got 125 followers on Instagram.
Tom likes sex traffickers.
568 followers on TikTok. Well, I'm going to give him some content for his social media today. He was a previous felon who straightened up. Really what we want to see in life. Now he's an influencer. You know, he moves in big circles.
He's a MAGA influencer.
Even with the president. This
there you
is a
go.
photograph with the president and his son not long ago.
It's almost like if you're not into this kind of rape and pedophilia, you're not welcome. You know what I mean? Only the rapists and the pedophiles support this motherfucker. And I believe that's what it has to be. Now, on the other hand, while we have a coon ass like this dude making brown people look really, really fucking bad. Okay? Looking really shameful. I mean, the reality is, like I said, you know, character is not a color. It's not a gender. It's not a, sexual orientation character. You know, it can come in different sizes and shapes and all of that shit. You know, character is not even age. Character is not an age either, you know. But having said that, you know, this is what something good on the other side might look like, or something different. Let's just say something different.
In just the last 90 minutes, the man Apex police say threatened President Donald Trump appeared before a judge. Daniel Swain was arrested yesterday, allegedly on his way to Washington, D.C. to attempt to kill the president. And today, we're learning a lot more about him. WRL Sean Gallagher joins us now. Sean, you spoke.
damn, somebody else want to kill Trump. And let me guess, he wrote a manifesto and said he doesn't like pedophiles and rapists and scam artists. Trump seems to get a lot of manifestos like that. I wonder why.
Spoke to Swain's mother. What did she tell you?
Yeah, Dan, I actually broke the news to her that her son was arrested. She tells me that he is an Army veteran who's dealing with mental health problems. He has PTSD and is considered 100% disabled.
Hey, that's what I would use too. PTSD, that's what I'm suffering from. PTSD. It's PTSD, y'all. It's PTSD. Yeah, that sounds kind of interesting. Interesting reasoning. Yeah. Don't do anything to the man. He was suffering PTSD, man. Every Army person should say that. You know what I mean? Especially after they do something like this.
Disabled from the military, but right now he's sitting in a Wake County jail cell after he was arrested at this car wash yesterday here in Apex. Locally, facing charges for having drugs on him, but very soon could be moved to a federal prison for threatening the president.
Oh, that's what it is? So, in other words, it's just a threat. Damn, too bad, man. Sorry about that, bro. But back to this dude. Now, there is a longer, this guy says a lot right here. So, and I like some of the things that he said when he was actually locking up the real dude, because the other dudes didn't do shit, But since it was towards Trump, he's got to go. He's got to go. Got to lock his ass up. Okay. But like I said, character, doesn't have a shape or color or anything like that. But listen to this guy. He actually breaks down a few things. He's making a effort to say this is not political. Of course, MAGA people are going to take it as political.
Deportation efforts. Not true.
Hold on. You got to hear this. He says a lot of interesting things.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us on this St. Patrick's Day. I thought I'd wear green for the occasion. What do you think? Is that all right? It's my honor to be with you and to speak on some statements that we made yesterday. And interestingly enough, we made this statement in the Immigration Enforcement Council quarterly meeting. And this is what the media ran. During a closed-door meeting Monday, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. For the media, not true. It was not a closed meeting. It was a public meeting. It was announced to the media. In fact, there was media present. That's how they jumped on this.
Okay, so people started lying about him already. That's interesting. And is it because he was covering the MAGA thing? Interesting too.
And this,
it seemed like they can just make up anything they want at any time, and that just has to be okay.
We made this statement in the Immigration Enforcement Council quarterly meeting. And this is what the media ran. During a closed-door meeting Monday, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. For the media, not true. It was not a closed meeting. It was a public meeting. It was announced to the media. In fact, there was media present. That's how they jumped on this and provided a story. The other thing I want to clarify is,
wow,
Florida sheriffs rebel against Trump's DeSantis mass deportation efforts. Not true.
Wow.
We, in fact, support the mass deportation of illegal aliens.
You see how the whole system of government comes to play from the top down to assist the sexual deviant just because he's MAGA and an influencer. They literally are trying to give passes to MAGA influencers with serious charges. Not like that's new, but seriously, they're literally protecting these, trying to help these people. So they're going to go after the sheriff because he did his job, but then they're going to claim on TV, send some bozo like Pam Bondi out there or Cash Patel and talk about how they're saving little girls. They want to be out here protecting victims. That's literally what it looks like is happening here. You know what I'm saying? I can't say that's what's going on, but it is going on. Whether they mean it to go on like this is another thing, but it looks like they pretty much do. It looks like they do. It looks like they do. Is it a surprise? Is anybody surprised by this? I mean, is anyone? It's so transparent. It's so clear when a sheriff has to come out and say this publicly. That means this shit is all over the place. This means this is frequent. This is just, how it is, the environment right now.
And with us,
he came out with prepared signs and shit. This is what the media said. This is what happened. Actually, he's for mass deportations, but it's crazy.
St. Patrick's Day. I thought I'd wear green for the occasion.
Or he's for deportations.
What do you think? Is that all right? It's my honor to be with you and to speak on some statements that we made yesterday. And interestingly enough, we made this statement in the Immigration Enforcement Council quarterly meeting. And this is what the media ran. During a closed-door meeting Monday, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd. For the media, not true. It was not a closed meeting. It was a public meeting. It was announced to the media. In fact, there was media present. That's how they jumped on this and provided a story.
Damn.
The other thing I want to clarify is
basically openly lying is the norm now. This is the universe you live in the United States of America. The one where you just pretend everything is what you want it to be.
Florida sheriffs rebel against Trump's DeSantis mass deportation efforts. Not true. We, in fact, support the mass deportation of illegal aliens. Those that are criminals, those that have warrants of deportation, those that are here creating havoc and problems. If you're here illegally and you take that risk to be here illegally, then you're going to be deported. Everyone that ICE says deport, we deport.
And look, it's so funny because he says he's in favor of it, or they are in favor of it, the mass deportations. But then look at my chat. Let's look at my chat and see what's going over here, just so people can realize what goes on. This is how ridiculous it is. Then you have a fool out here talking about, you see what they're doing. He's lying. Somebody said he's lying. Look, Tom Cornell said he's lying. This is what Tom Cornell says. He's lying. Why is he lying, Tom? So you mean to me, you telling me that you're calling the guy who is for mass deportations a liar? But look, this is the algorithm. This is the algorithm. This is what you got to deal with on election day. I mean, this is what people have to deal with in social media. I'm curious, like, is this even a real person? Look at this. Join June 2nd, 2024. So this is just a straight up troll. You see what I mean? Doesn't want you to know their nationality. Doesn't want you to know their ethnicity. Doesn't want you to know anything about the male or female. Nothing like that. But they're just here to give an impression that all Democrats are bad, and it's all about who's a Democrat and I'm just going to support Trump no matter what. And it's like, it's so crazy. He doesn't even know who he's commenting about. His dumb ass is commenting about a person that's on his fucking side, and he's calling him a fucking liar. I mean, what the fuck? This is it. This is what it is, man. This is what it is. All right, let's go.
And that's important. So let me go.
I mean, I'm for deportations too. What the fuck? I'm not for illegal immigration. I'm a goddamn Democrat. I'm not for illegal immigration. I'm for comprehensive immigration reform. That means bring some order to this shit. Okay? Goddamn. Not just have people ass out here not being in between. Okay? That's what I mean. Figure out what you want to do. Make what we do work for our country and the American citizens. Okay? Make it work for us, and then be humane about it too. Very simple. Very simple, but have some order, because we obviously needed immigrants. None of these Republicans want to get their ass out there in the fucking field and start picking cotton and oranges and shit. None of them. Okay? None of them. Especially the one that's like, I know what I want. I know what I want. And the other one who's like, hang on, Democrats. They definitely don't want to be out in the field and shit. Even though they need all the motherfucking help, tax money and shit. They don't want to be in the field picking nothing. Okay? They don't want to break a bone. They don't want to get a scratch to make the price of vegetables cheaper in their own country. They don't want to do any labor to make the cost of goods cheaper themselves. Nah. I bet you the person who said hang the Democrats, I bet you that motherfucker is on public assistance also. I bet you that's what it is. I mean, and he even looks like it. Okay, you know, but in any case, let's continue.
By the numbers, for those of you who weren't there yesterday, and tell you that I am the chairman of the State Immigration Enforcement Council. And
you still against him, Tom? He's the chairman of the State Immigration Council. You still against him, Tom?
Yes, during the meeting, as part of the meeting, we looked at paths forward.
Where you at, Tom?
And as a result of looking at paths forward, we looked at our infrastructure we put together and how easy it was or how difficult it may have been for some agencies to report so that we could provide accurate data to the State Immigration Enforcement Board. And that's made up of the governor and the various cabinet members. But I want to dispel.
Okay, they locked up about 200. They locked up in a sting on prostitution. Locked up a bunch of people, 200 people. One of them is a MAGA influencer online. MAGA influencer. So the system, the whole structure of MAGA basically came to his rescue. In the media, everything, just reality just shifted because it was a MAGA influencer and shit. And now the sheriff has to say, hey, lay off, man. We're against this guy too, and we're against immigrants. It's like, what the fuck? We're against illegal immigrants, and we're against and we're for it's crazy. It is crazy. It is crazy.
Hyperbole. That there is some break from what we should be.
Here it is. He's trying to explain it. He's explaining it to these dumbass MAGA people. What are you talking about? I'm here for you, basically. I'm trying to help you. And there's some media out there trying to act like we're being biased and shit. It's like, I'm on your side, man. Come on, give me a break.
Enforcement
This is crazy. But this is how crazy they are. And unfortunately, intelligence doesn't always trump stupid, you know, because when stupid has assistance from the government and forces, other groups, it's hard to fight stupid. It's not hard to fight stupid, but it's hard to win stupid because stupid can easily be manipulated, hard to learn, you know, just can't correct itself after going through banging its head on the wall 100 times with the same old problem. Stupid just can't. It just functions poorly, and it's hard to do anything with stupid people. It is. It's hard to do anything. You know, Trump, these dumbasses, they think this Supreme Court thing is just bad for black people or bad for minorities. You know, it's really, really bad for women, first of all, but it's bad for everybody because now it's given these elitists a way to control everybody. And again, it only works if they throw out the bait about the minority to get the rest of them to go along with it. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we should just cut out their ability to choose who their representatives are. Let's gerrymander and force everybody into one little bubble, make it one party rule, you know, this kind of thing in our state. It's like, okay, you're doing that, but you're also fucking over other people too. You see, they want to have a choice and they're willing to do that. So when you have fewer options, it's easier to buy the representatives then. So they're just going backwards into more extreme forms of corruption. They don't even realize it yet, you know, but these people are going to end up owning every fucking thing and you won't have any rights. And they're going to send out RoboCop. They already hate poor white people. They hate middle class people too, because middle class people in America, at least they can read. You know what I'm saying? At least they can read and they know that, wait a second, this shit is unconstitutional. You know, they actually expect some rights. But, you know, it's it's going to be hard. These people, they're going at their own that right now. So, you know, something's coming to a head. But, let's see here.
And that's made up of the governor and the various cabinet members. But I want to dispel the hyperbole that there is some break from what we should be doing or what.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do a little exercise. Yo, Tom, click the link at the top of the chat. Here's the link. Hop on up. I want to hear what you sound like. I want you to hop up. There we go. It's in there. It's in the chat. Everybody can see it watching the video. There it is. There's a link. Let me see here. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put the link down to hop up. Yeah, I want to see if Tom is going to hop up. Friars is going to hop up in a minute. Let me see here. Let me just give Tom an opportunity to hop up because I want to hear his voice. I like to know who's in the chat. And I mean, I like to know some qualifying things to people that participate in the chat. I don't ask everybody, but I ask new people. And since Tom only been on YouTube for a year and his account doesn't show anything, I want to be able to hear his voice. So there you got it. There you got it. The link is in the chat. Hop on up, Tom. Tom says it's good for everybody. I want to hear Tom come and say it and explain to people why it's good for everybody. So hit the Discord link and hop on up. Let's see here now.
United States, and the governor has asked. That's just not true. It's media right.
Oh, shit. What?
Made up of the governor and the various cabinet members. But I want to dispel the hyperbole that there is some break from what we should be doing or what the President of the United States and the governor has asked.
Yes.
That's just not true. It's media rhetoric. And I want to make it abundantly clear that we in Florida law enforcement wholeheartedly support and endorse ICE. We fully
look when a dude. When this guy is like the head of the damn immigration enforcement, and he wholeheartedly in Florida, and he wholeheartedly believes in ICE, supports ICE, right? And the right wing media came down on him because they literally they're mad at him because he arrested a MAGA influencer in a prostitution sting, and so therefore they hate him now. Straight up. Therefore, they hate him now. All of this shit that you're hearing is about this one dude. Look at this.
Should be doing or what the President of the United States and the governor has asked.
Oh, sorry. Here we go. This is it. This is it.
Then there's Craig Long we arrested. He's 41.
This is the MAGA influencer. So all this shit he has to explain is because the media got mad at him because this MAGA influencer got caught in one of their prostitution stings. Yes. And they totally turned against this guy. And this guy's on their fucking side. This is, Friars, just hop on up, man. Fuck it. Hop on up now, Friars. I see Tom ain't coming. Yeah. Tom is a little scaredy cat. Scaredy cat Tom. Don't want people to know what he sounds like, you know what I'm saying? But he's out there talking about, the Supreme Court ruling on voting and gerrymandering is good for everybody. Yeah, we know. Doesn't have shit on his page. Don't want you to know if it's a girl or boy. The page, the account is 1 year old. They don't want you to know what state they come from, what country they come from, what ethnicity they are, how tall they are, short they are. He just thinks it's good for everybody. Just believe him. Just believe an account that's been open for a year. Let me see here. Where's Fries at? All right, so Fries is going to hop up. I'm going to let this play a little bit more. Look, they're harassing the goddamn MAGA fucking police in Florida because they locked up a MAGA dude in a prostitution sting and they want him out. They want him out, and he have to do a press conference just to fucking explain that no, he's on your side. This is so funny.
You may recognize him. He's an influencer. He also owns Craig Long Fitness in Tampa. He was seeking the services of a prostitute.
Oh, hold up, y'all.
Beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the.
Hanging out with Trump. And listen, everybody, I just time out for 24 hours because, listen, we don't need no lame asses in the chat, man. You got to come with some shit on your page, bro. You can't be out here with a 1-year-old account taking up chat space. The chat is open, by the way. You don't have to subscribe. It would be nice if you did subscribe. But if you're going to be in the comments, I might ask you some questions and want you to hop up too. Or I may not. It depends on what you're saying. I might want to know something about you. Maybe I might ask you a question, or maybe I might want you to step up. But in any case, as you can see, this dude is a MAGA influencer, and the motherfucker has to use state money to come out and explain why he did a prostitution sting. And they have to explain that, hey, man, he's just doing his job like he always does. But he got to do all this splaining. It's called MAGA-splaining because he's a MAGA person, and the MAGA people turned on him now. He might not even have a job next week. Look.
Then there's Craig Long we arrested. He's 41. Some of you may recognize him. He's an influencer. He also owns Craig Long Fitness in Tampa. He was seeking the services of a prostitute.
Oh, really?
Did I tell you that he's married? That he's got 125 followers.
He's married. Look, y'all. He's married, and he was seeking the services of a prostitute. So, in other words, he's a hypocrite, a MAGA hypocrite. He's probably a Christian MAGA hypocrite too. And guess what? You know, is it a surprise? No, it's not a surprise because most of these motherfuckers are hypocrites.
Of a prostitute.
And he's married.
He's an
not that it makes it any. I mean, it's disgusting on its own. But then the dude is married, so he's gonna go sleep with the prostitute, and then go home to his wife and his kids, and then he's gonna get on social media and give people advice about character and the Constitution, and yeah, that's what we got.
He also owns Craig Long Fitness in Tampa.
So if you're in Tampa, he owns Craig Long Fitness. You might want to stay away from there. You know what I'm saying? Like, because there's probably some more weirdos like him there.
He was seeking the services of a prostitute.
Facts. Dumb. Boy, is he dumb.
Did I tell you that he's married?
Did I tell you that he's married? This motherfucker is dumb.
He's got 125 followers on Instagram, 568 followers on TikTok. Well, I'm going to give him some content for his social media today.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the content too, buddy. Thank you for the content, man.
He was a previous felon who straightened up. Really what we want to see in life.
Wow.
Now he's
he was faking. He wasn't really, he didn't really straighten up, apparently,
influencer. He moves in big circles.
Look, now here we go, y'all. Look at whose circle he rolls in. Yes. Goddamn. This is amazing. Now, can anybody guess who's in that picture? Can you spell it? What's the first letter? What's the first letter of the person's name that's in this picture? Let me know. Look familiar? The man seeking a prostitute is hanging out with Trump. The dude that gets the prostitute and goes home to his wife and then fucking goes hang out with Trump after and shit and talk all about it probably. Yeah, man, what did the conversation sound like?
Beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the. You can do anything.
Oh my God.
even with the president. This is a photograph with the president and his son not long ago.
That sounds so funny.
In big circles, even with the president. Even with the president. Even with the president. This is a photograph with the president.
Even with the president.
And his son not long ago. Now, we like to see people who make mistakes early in life, and he had a long history straight.
Hey, Nestor, I want to tell you something.
Or here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
We like the fact that he likes the cops. Heck,
Welcome, Nestor. I got some advice for you.
Shut the fuck up.
He liked them so much, he got caught up in his scheme. He got to be up and real close to the cops. We asked what his attitude was. They said, oh, he had a great attitude. He appreciates law enforcement. Well, there you go. You got arrested in the human trafficking sting. Influenced that for a while.
Yo, Nestor's out here capping for the dude looking for a prostitute. Nestor, you be out here looking for prostitutes too, man? You go buy prostitutes and then go home to your wife, Nestor? Is that what you up to? Nestor Hernandez. Nestor Hernandez. Nestor Miguel Anchade Conade Hernandez. Okay. Is that what you doing down there, man? What's the word for prostitute in Spanish? Huh? What do they call them? Nesta. Okay, anyway, like I told you, character is not a color. It's not a gender. It's not an ethnicity. It's not a race. Good and bad character comes in all different shapes and sizes and colors and ethnicities and shit. Sexual orientations too. I'm sure Nestor knows all about it. All right, now let's continue. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. So the man had to do all this. Now, yeah. Now let's go on. He's not the only one. Look, he's not the only troubled soul. I mean, the Democrats we're in trouble. The rest of America is in trouble because they are stopping these elections, it appears. They don't want democracy anymore in the United States, and they want to stop Democrat representation in the polls. They want to stop anti-Trump sentiment in the election. So they are trying to stall it, gerrymander.
This photo was taken just a few
stop. What do they call it? Stopping elections even in Louisiana. They canceled the election. It's a state of emergency over a fucking election. But in any case, yeah. So we're in trouble. America's in trouble right now. And if you're the enemy of the United States of America, you're clapping your hands right now. You're saying, yay! Finally, we're going to stick it to you motherfucking Americans. Ha, 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 ha. We're going to make you go into a civil war, and you're so stupid, you're going to go for it because look at these ignorant ass MAGA people. They are uneducated. They live, they worship the best friend of Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, who could be more dumb? First you wanted Epstein, then you elect his motherfucking best friend. I mean, which one is it? Do you love him or do you hate him? How do you stop Epstein when you elect his the dude that was with him all those years when he was doing his most prolific crimes? That's how you plan on stopping Epstein? Didn't work. Did not work. But in any case,
Donald Trump. To the right is Don Jr. and to the left is this random guy. You've probably never seen him. Well, he's a MAGA influencer, a big MAGA influencer, hence why he's near the floor on for a UFC fight taking photos with the president. Well, he was just arrested for one of the most heinous crimes imaginable, and we're going to talk about it today. But here's the thing. If you've seen me on this channel before, we have talked about stories like this, and it seems like there is a clear correlation between the people who scream the loudest about protecting the kids and crimes against kids. It also happens to relate now, I say now as if it hasn't been his entire presidency, to Donald Trump, who still will not release the Epstein files, and we need to keep talking.
Yo, Harry's spitting facts right here. He's spitting facts. There seems to be a direct correlation at this point. It's, yeah. Only degenerates go for this. I mean, really, something got to be really wrong. Something got to be really wrong there.
About that situation, because too often in the media, there's all these other stories, and something like the Epstein files gets whisked away, and we cannot let that happen. So let's dive right into this. First, I'm going to show you what he was arrested for, the press conference down here before I hit play really quickly. My name is Chris Mowry. I do a daily video here on the Adam Mockler channel. It would mean a lot if you go right down below, check out my YouTube channel, hit like and subscribe. It goes a really long way. And make sure you hit like and subscribe here on the Adam Mockler channel. We surpassed 2 million subscribers, which is absolutely nuts. We appreciate each.
By the way, if you haven't subscribed, do me a favor and subscribe. Do me a favor and subscribe, and click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. In a minute, I'm going to go into subscriber mode. So that means in the chat. So that means if you ain't already subscribed, then you will be locked out of the chat. So if you want to stay in the chat, you click subscribe. If you don't mind being locked out, then don't. All right, but I'm going to do that in a couple of minutes. So let's see here. Let's see if there's any more info on this one little case. Here we go. Right here. Boom. Let's go.
So let's read a little bit about this. MAGA influencer Craig Long, that is his name, has been arrested in a human trafficking and prostitution sting in Florida, along with Ryan Yates, a Trump supporter who pled guilty in February 2024 for his involvement in January 6th.
Okay, so he's arrested along with another Trump influencer. Okay, damn. So this is getting real interesting.
We have also talked extensively on this channel, and I scream about it all the time, especially when I debate Trump supporters, how many people involved in January 6th have gone on to commit some of the most heinous crimes. A lot of those individuals would be in jail now. They'd be in jail if Donald Trump hadn't pardoned them, and now some of them are out committing crimes. They have committed crimes, I should say, against children, battery, DUI, all of these terrible things. And it's so frustrating that no one talks about it. If you remember this individual, we've talked about him, Trump's spiritual advisor from his first administration, his first campaign, finally out of jail. You may be asking why. Take a listen.
Trump's former spiritual advisor has been released from jail after serving just 6 months for molesting a 12-year-old girl. Robert Morris, the 64-year-old founder of Gateway Church, one of the largest mega churches in America, walked out of an Oklahoma jail just after midnight after completing the 6-month jail portion of his plea deal. Morris pleaded guilty last October to 5 counts of indecent acts with a minor. The offenses began on Christmas night in 1982 when Morris was a traveling evangelist staying at the victim's family home. Cindy Clemishire says she was molested over a 4.5-year period starting when she was just 12. Morris served on Trump's Evangelical Advisory Board during his 2016 campaign and hosted Trump at his church in 2020, where Trump called him a great person with a great reputation. Under his plea deal, Morris received a 10-year suspended sentence, but served only 6 months.
Sounds like what he said about Jeffrey Epstein. A great person. Oh my God. This dude, this guy went to jail for molesting a 6-year-old? A 6-year-old?
Crimes, I should say, against children, battery, DUI, all of these terrible things. And it's so frustrating that no one talks about it.
Yo,
you
what's
remember
up, David?
This,
yeah, I see you, David. Good looking out. Yeah. We do that all the time, man. But not trying to really go over the same information all the time, even if it's Epstein stuff. But feel free to drop some jewels if you got any ideas. Yeah.
Individual,
I appreciate you. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Click like on the like button if you haven't clicked like.
Talk about him, Trump's spiritual advisor from his first administration, his first campaign, finally out of jail. You may be asking why. Take a listen.
Trump's former spiritual advisor has been released from jail after serving just 6 months for molesting a 12-year-old girl. Robert Morris, the 64-year-old founder of Gateway Church.
A 12-year-old girl. Okay, I thought he said 6-year-old. So 6 months? Only 6 months? That's all he did? Hold on.
First administration, his first campaign, finally out of jail. You may be asking why. Take a listen.
Trump's former spiritual advisor has been released from jail after serving just 6 months for molesting a 12-year-old girl.
Only 6 months. Only 6 months for molesting a 12-year-old girl. This is Trump's ex-spiritual advisor from his first campaign. This is crazy. I mean, this is just... It seems like all of that manosphere is with a bunch of men that buy prostitutes, sex traffic. That buy, that do things that are either raping, molesting, or involved in sex trafficking. It seems like it. It seems like it. Like, how could it be so many? How could it be so many? And if this is what these UFC fighters are doing, which, I'm starting to think maybe too many of them is into this stuff. Also, I don't know. This is too much. It can't be a coincidence. Like, how is it that this many people? Then what are these dudes? What's the guys' names? The something brothers from goddamn Romania. What were they called? What's their name? Damn, they something brothers. He flew their ass. They flew all the way to DC and got help from his goddamn administration or someone in his administration or something. The something brothers. The Tate brothers. Exactly, the Tate brothers. Man, what's up with this? And MAGA will try to defend this stuff. Listen, look, we don't hold them to the fire on this shit enough. People do not hold them to the fire on this enough. This is who they are. This is actually who they are. I don't see what else there is besides molesting. What else? Also undercover. Don't get me wrong, but there seems to be a lot of undercover homosexuals in MAGA leadership. You know what I'm saying? A lot of, undercover homosexuality when they're out there talking bad about it. You know what I mean? A lot of hypocritical shit like that. Then you have, I'm talking about the influencers too. It's the people in power and the influencers. Look, what's his name? Scott Jennings been outed. They reportedly say they got pictures of him slobbing down a man at a gay club somewhere, a club that he regularly frequented. Listen, if they just were honest, if they were just honest, goddamn, Scott, can't you? Why is Scott Jennings married? Is Scott fucking Jennings married? Like, is he out there on the down low and then going home to his wife and kids? Again, this is like regular shit for them, man. I'm serious. I don't know about Scott Jennings, but he been outed, and you haven't heard a real retort from him. What about MAGA Mike Johnson? What about MAGA Mike Johnson? It's like he's reportedly with some Grinder dude, right? Up on Grinder, some guy outed him from Grinder. You didn't hear. Actually, that guy kind of disappeared too. He kind of disappeared, but he damn sure outed him. And he's not even the only one, MAGA Mike. But let's peep what MAGA Mike has been up to lately. Let me see here.
I think that they see the writing on the wall. They know that the midterms are going to be brutal for them. And historically, midterms are not good for the party of the president. But I think that with these midterms coming up, voters feel a lot of buyer's remorse. They feel like they've been bamboozled by this administration. Look, everything that Trump said he was going to do on the campaign trail, whether that was bring down prices or be the peace candidate. In fact, he's done the complete opposite of it. Now, starting this war of choice with Iran.
Yeah, I see you, Detroit. I see you. And Gail, I see you also, Gail.
Which is just
the midterm fries. Hop on up when you're ready.
The already existing affordability crisis to just be exacerbated, and the cost of everything has just continued to rise. And so I think that now the Trump administration knows that they're actually going to be held accountable if we see not just the House flip, but I think there's a chance that we could see the Senate flip as well, which is something.
Speaking Michael Steele's language.
I love when people finally get to where I've been for a year.
I was not there, if you asked me, say 6 months ago, but I really think that this war with Iran has now even further aggravated voters. And so I think that there's a very good chance that we could see both chambers flip. And that means trouble for the Trump administration, because they are going to now face accountability for the first time, which obviously we have not seen them face with Republicans in Congress. I mean, Trump knows that he's been able to have them in the palm of his hand with Speaker Mike Johnson. Trump has even called himself effectively the Speaker of the House, because he knows that they are just completely worthless and not doing anything. And so I think that they're worried, and not just because they think, oh, the Democrats are going to go after us, but there might be something that they're trying to hide, whether that be the alleged corruption that's been going on. We've seen from this administration with all the deals and contracts that have been awarded to Trump family members, or you look at the handling of the Epstein files and their failure to investigate or prosecute a single person in the files, or the murders of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. I think there is a plethora of things that Democrats could go after.
Yo, and again, none of those things she mentioned should be partisan issues. Every American should understand that these are seriously fucked up things that we're discussing. You know, no citizen of any country should tolerate this type of activity with their elected officials and their appointees or government officials, period. No one should be tolerating this. And for some reason, we have a whole political group that is almost built on tolerating nothing but that. I mean, they tolerate those kind of things and don't want health care. They tolerate those kind of things and don't want elder care, child care. They tolerate those kind of things, don't even advocate for a living wage in the country they work in. They don't want to be treated decent, and they defend poor behavior. And they're out there talking about they want to hang Democrats. Democrats should be hung. That's not the first time MAGA threatened to hang political people. They threatened to hang Mike Pence, Nancy Pelosi. This is just regular talk for them. This is just regular talk. And now they're trying to tamper with the fucking elections. Now they're trying to let me see. Yo, Friars, where you at? Oh, okay. I guess he's getting ready. You know, they're tampering with the elections now. Yo, this shit is not looking good. This shit is not looking good at all. But let me hear some more here. Let's see.
Them for in investigations. And so it makes sense that the White House lawyers are talking to these folks and trying to prepare them for this, because I think that this is going to be their reality when we have a new Congress.
Although it remains to be seen how much they're actually going to cooperate, right? Kurt, you know this better than anyone. We are on an investigative trajectory at this point of White House is simply not cooperating with Congress, especially in the case where the lone source of power for Democrats is the House. There's already, I reported on this a few months ago, there's already an expectation that the White House counsel's office is going to stonewall, not agree to any of the subpoenas, and let things play out as they are. And that's why you've seen Democrats kind of craft this strategy to go after some of the private companies and corporations and outside entities that have.
So Pam Bondi, you know, she's going to try to avoid her little punishment. But listen, I myself, I'm sorry. People are dealing with folks that like to give death threats openly, regularly, consistently. You're dealing with people that are behaving irresponsibly, and a party of citizens that support irresponsibility, just openly support it, corruption, right? I'm sorry, but if people happen to get past these midterms, which I really pray for and I really hope for, but even though elections are very, very tampering with elections is one of the most serious things you could do, problematic things you could do in any democracy, but especially the United States of America, like in a place where people have been suffering and actually waiting, trying to be good, waiting for the elections, trying to do things the right way, even when they're being treated like shit. Yo, I really do think they tamper with these elections. I know for a fact Americans are not fucking going for it. I mean, I just know that it is a countdown. The time is the midterm elections. And if this shit is not done fairly and freely, where American citizens are allowed to vote unfucking baited, there's going to be problems in the United States of America. Like, people have waited too long. Let me get Fries up here real quick. I can see he's ready now. Yeah. And I'm not telling people to do anything, but I'm just saying I don't see how it's going to last. You know, the Supreme Court has made it clear they are biased. They are willing to have elections stop. You know, Friars, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Let me see something. Let me just try to fix this audio real quick. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you fine, bro. I can hear you fine. Yeah, thanks for coming up. Yeah, man. I wanted to get you up here because it is getting closer to the midterms, and elections are happening, like the one in Louisiana we seeing, or at least it started to happen, right? The Supreme Court just had their ruling, which is basically allowing mayhem, across the electorate, across the country. States, seem to be able to do whatever they want now, right? So it seemed like a good time to have you up. Also, there's been a few developments outside of that, but I know that you stay up on politics also. So I wanted to just hear, what do you think, man? What are your thoughts about this? Like, first of all, what are your thoughts about the Supreme Court ruling?
6-3. So it's going to be that way. Like, there's a reason why we needed Ruth Ginsburg to step down back in the day, because now it's 6-3, and they rule. I think the statistic was they rule with 85% of what Trump does.
Yeah.
So it's going to get worse. Plus, take a deep look at Roberts. Roberts is a racist, and he was a racist back in when he before he came to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
So now we have and they've said back then, this guy is so far right. Are you sure you want him on the Supreme Court? This was before he even went on the Supreme Court. This is back in like the 90s.
Okay.
So this is nothing new. He's been a horrible choice, and he's leading the charge, and he has an agenda, and he's part of the project, Heritage Foundation's 2025 project. Like, he was thinking about this back in the 90s.
Right. 20 years
so
ago.
He's just not getting to the point 30 years ago.
30 years
he's
ago.
not getting to the point where he wanted to be. So it's taken him all this time to get to that point. Alito is also a problem. He's going to probably step down so that Trump can replace him. And let's just hope that Clarence Thomas doesn't, because Clarence Thomas has a chance of being the longest serving Supreme Court justice, and that's the only thing that's going to keep him on the court. And so, but we're screwed with 6-3. We're screwed. We're screwed.
Yeah, we screwed in the Supreme Court. We're not going to get any justice until that court is broken up, basically. And but now let me ask you this: what do you think about the ruling? How do you think this ruling that they just made regarding the Voting Rights Act, removing the second part of the protections, which is initiated now, governors to tamper with elections even more, or states to gerrymander, and even this governor in Louisiana to cancel the election, use the emergency powers to just say it's an emergency. Oh no, stop the election. How do you think this is going to play out, man, across the country?
I mean, again, this was my point. This is what he has been trying to get to happen since the 1990s. So he's just getting to the point where he's getting his way on this. He is an absolute racist. So he's been wanting to gut it since the 1990s. Back then, like, Scalia wouldn't have done this. Scalia said this is going too far. And now you have people because he was the furthest right when he came in, and now he's considered the center. So it's just going to get worse. Everything that they're trying to get done. Have you read Project 2025? Have you read through it?
Yeah, man, I have. And it's
all this is directly out of Project 2025.
And if I can say this, it's not actually that big. You know what I'm saying? It's structure. It has a little bit of structure, but it's written poorly, man. These people can't fucking write, bro. What the fuck? It's not. It's no work of art, man. It's no work of art. These people.
It's still working.
But it's working now.
It's still working.
It's definitely working. That's
the point.
Yeah.
So with the 6-3, because Trump, all Trump is a yes man. He's the yes man for these hierarchies that have been working on this. Like Roberts is working on this for a long time. Mm-hmm. So all this is just kind of coming through. So they're not going to let it go. Once it gets in place, it's going to take Clarence Thomas being out, and I mean we have to replace 3 Supreme Court justices to even get a balance. Yeah. Like, we have to have a 5 for Democrat, or liberal 5, conservative 4 Supreme Court to even get a normal world again. So this will just get worse.
And we don't have a practice in the U.S. of being fair, right? So if we wanted to remove some of these judges for the right reasons, like corruption could be easily one. Accepting gifts and not reporting it. That could be easy, right? Because that's their own law, right? But you will see people probably in this Senate, in this Congress, in this Senate that we have right now, not just simply say, yes, that's right. That's where the standard needs to be. I mean, because if you ask me, the easiest thing to do to be unbiased is to just demand that the judges follow the rule and the rules, and the ones that did not follow the rules, get rid of them, right?
Yeah, it sounds good in theory, but I mean, like even President Obama, I was very disappointed. So there was an interview on, I think it might have been CNN, where back when Piers Morgan, 2008, right? It was right before the Supreme Court hearing, DC or District of Columbia versus Keller, I think it was, or Keller. And Piers Morgan asked, and I hate Piers Morgan, but he asked Scalia a tough question. He goes, "How can you be on this panel? How come you're not recusing yourself?" Like, and then he listed off, "You're taking money from the NRA, this and this," and Piers Morgan nailed him on it. And Scalia almost walked off the interview. And Piers like, okay, I won't. You know what? You can't find the interview until on the internet anymore.
Okay, I was just trying to look it up. I was just about to look it up.
They erased it, and the reason they erased it, I saw it happen live. The reason they erased it is Piers Morgan was the only one that ever called him out on his corruption.
Okay,
I mean, remember, Justice Scalia died on an NRA hunting trip. Okay, that's how much of a fat cat he was, and he was on that panel. So Obama should have said, "You're going to recuse yourself. We're going to charge you with corruption," and just did an investigation on him right there on the spot. And Obama didn't do it. So that's where it started. And then
you mean Obama didn't tell the AG to do it?
Obama didn't know. Wait, he couldn't. The thing is,
don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. No, he didn't tell the AG, but he was on such delicate terms with the country in his mind. He didn't want to tip the boat. And so he didn't really go after the Supreme Court justices because no one's ever done that before. Who Obama did. President Obama did.
Yeah, but
President Obama didn't go after them.
But listen, I'm not trying to defend
the AG sure
Obama.
The AG sure didn't either. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not trying to defend Obama, but it's not Obama that does it.
Well, it's again, you're right, but his administration didn't do it. Like no one did it, and to this day,
right there you go.
Now we see the level of corruption that's going on with Clarence Thomas. You know, like Trump's not going to care about that. But you know, even Biden didn't do anything about it. Like you see this, so it'll never happen from the Democrats, because they're.
What you mean is. When they get the opportunity, when Obama was the president or when Biden was the president, he couldn't get Congress to do it. He didn't ask Congress to do it.
Not even close.
He didn't ask. They didn't ask Congress to clean up the courts.
No,
basically, right?
No,
so that's what you mean.
Didn't even go near it. Didn't even go near it because it's too much. Like it's the one reason that you're gonna get the conservatives rioting in the streets. Oh, you're trying to tip the course. Oh, they're going to lose their shit.
Right. Yeah. Okay, I get you. Right.
So it's just tough.
And Obama and Biden, they always try to work with the opposition. So
and I mean, Biden may have been one of the nicest guys in Congress. Only person nicer than Biden, honestly, was really John McCain. Remember, John McCain was the sole vote that stopped Medicare for all from. The Affordable Care Act from disappearing.
Right. Yeah, he saved it.
You know, he saved it. Yeah, he saved it.
Yeah, exactly. True.
So Biden's from that old school of thought, and Obama kind of was the last of the old school of thought. We're in a different world now because of what's been going on.
And McCain,
this is just going to get worse.
And McCain shut down the racism too. On the, he
called it out.
Yeah, he shut it down. He preserved some decency in the Republican Party.
Yeah.
He made sure they didn't go down that path. And now that's just been all blown. You know, it's all been blown, man. They don't even care about being bigots anymore. It's just open bigot party. You know, it's fucked up, man. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if you were following the elections today. There's one in Indiana. The Indiana one scared me the most. Obviously, they won in Michigan, which means that they retained that one seat. The Democrats do, and there was something in Ohio. Ohio Vivek actually looking pretty solid.
Oh,
You
really?
know, he didn't
Okay.
say America. Oh yeah. Vivek actually did really good. He won his primary challenge, so he'll be running in. He'll be the one facing the Democrat in the general election in November.
Okay.
And
Okay.
so that'll be horrible for Ohio if he becomes the governor of Ohio.
Okay. And what about isn't something
And
supposed to be happening in Texas too, or some shit? Didn't some?
Texas we already had our primaries. Those were over. Our primaries already ended. So now it's
Oh,
just the
really?
general election. It's going to be
Okay. Now it's the
Tellurico.
general. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Tellurico versus Cornyn. I think it's going to be Cornyn, or we don't know who Cornyn. But the Democrats just picked one, which was smart. All of them will rally behind him, and now it's still between Abbott and I forget who the AG was, but the guy's still corrupt, but he's a Trumper.
Okay.
So like the Trumpers are doing. I'm sad to report that the Trumpers are kicking ass right now, and
Okay.
it's scary. Like in Indiana, they basically so there was like the incumbents Republicans, and I think three of them lost to brand new MAGA guys, and all these MAGA guys had Trump endorsements, but also you know what they had? They had Turning Point USA backing. So
Okay.
Turning Point USA is the new wing. So what you have on the one hand, you have Turning Point USA on one side, and on the Democratic side, you have APAC. Well, actually, we don't have APAC. I'm going to the back. We have the DCCC, which was jumping into the races, but
Right.
every single member. I sent you images of this. Every single leader in the DCCC is funded by APAC. So that's just dog crap, and that's where we are right now. MAGA has said fuck APAC. All those candidates that won, those three that won, none of them take APAC money. They all take Turning Point USA money.
Okay. Okay. And what are their
And
names?
I don't
You don't
remember.
know offhand? Okay.
I didn't know. Like they're Republicans. Like they're all kind of news for me. But I was just looking them up for the first time today. I can pull up my phone if you need me to. But it was the Indiana race. The one like Dan Baird, I think, is the one incumbent who won his seat.
Right.
And of course, he takes APAC money,
Okay.
of course.
Okay.
So what's going on right now that's concerning me is that it's turning into this two-choice system. Either you're going to take money from Turning Point USA, a Turning Point USA candidate, or an APAC candidate. And
Okay.
fuck that. And because what's happening
Yeah,
in
that's
the
fucking whack, right?
DCCC,
But you talking
it's whack.
locally in
The
the
DC
local elections.
in the local,
Yeah. Yeah.
the DCCC is working to push out any progressive candidate who's opposed to APAC. And so that's what they're doing. So they're putting the Democratic candidate there that's funded by them. And this is the DCCC. They shouldn't be doing this. They're helping out all the incumbents, and every single one of their members of their leadership is beholden to APAC.
Okay.
So so there's also this thing I noticed. So there's APAC. I'm sorry. There's Medicare for all, and then there's the Affordable Care Act, which is basically the insurance. And the thing is, right now they're pushing out the Medicare for all candidates.
Okay.
So they don't.
Are
they
you
don't
talking
want-
about?
and
Are
there's-
you talking about people that are backed by APAC getting pushing out
Well,
others?
I'm talking. Well, yeah. It kind of turns into that. See, this is the thing. If you're backed by if an APAC candidate, APAC doesn't want you. They want you to spend your money on Israel. Like it's a zero sum game. Either you're going to get free health care, Medicare for all, or you're going to get funding to Israel. And guess which one they want you to do?
But why? I don't get that part though, Friars. But don't get me
It's
wrong.
a funding thing. It's a funding thing. I don't know either, dude. I
Yeah,
just know
but
I
the
looked it up
funding
myself.
the funding ain't close to the same, bro. Is it close to the
No,
same? Is it close? Is it?
You're preaching to the choir. It's just this. I can't explain it.
Okay.
But Medicare, like what they want, what they push is they push the Affordable Care Act.
Okay.
They push the health insurance company running it. And that's what they're pushing, and they're pushing out the single payer plan and the Medicare for all guys.
Okay.
And it's right down. Just every time you look at an APAC candidate, check and see if they're for. I think there's three. Maybe there's Richie. He's for Medicare for all. But there's like 3 or 4 of them that kind of do both, but for the most part, no, it's not like that. I mean, remember the Democrats want one of two things: they want Medicare for all, or they want the Affordable Care Act. Republicans want neither.
Okay.
So that's a big difference right there. But the thing is, you're a Medicare for all guy.
Yeah, I say I'm for.
Yeah.
I'm for. I'm for. To be honest, obviously, I know the system's not going to change rapidly. It has to start somewhere. But I think, they need to narrow down. The government needs to come into the administration part. That's what I think, just to make it cheaper. You know what I mean? Just to make it cheaper. So, and then it doesn't.
I agree.
Yeah, that's my main part of it, because all the administration fees and things like that that's where they're catching people at. You know what I mean? Or that's one of the main areas that's increasing the price of healthcare for everybody and making it more expensive. It's not even the services. So it's not the hospitals, it's not the doctors, it's not the nurses. It's not the ambulance cost of it's the administration fees. So I think it needs, Congress needs to go in there and do and the Senate and do that. And as you know, we need a lot of support. Whoever wants it, there needs to be enough representatives in the Congress and the Senate to get it done, and a president that's going to sign it, right, to make it law. And and a Supreme Court that's not going to shoot it down for some right winger. You see what I mean? Like, so yeah, bro.
My thing on this is that you're going to have to bring the Republicans kicking and screaming there, and because they're going to always fight against it. Period. No matter what. And that you can't let them be the decision maker on it. They're fucking children. And what you have to do is how do you think Obama did it? Obama got Medicare for the Affordable Care Act done, made the Republicans kicking and screaming all along the way. And once they had it, they did want to lose it.
Right.
See what I'm saying? So that's the thing about it. Once people get Medicare for all and it's in the system, and after paying like I think there's an estimate that Americans have paid $50 billion more in gas fees since this war started. That's 90 days, $50 billion.
That's
right?
A lot of money.
So
and
that's my point. So they're already, and with the tariffs and all that stuff, like if a new president comes in, all that goes away, gas prices go back down. Yeah, we're going to tax a little bit more, but guess what? You don't have a deduction anymore either. You don't have your insurance rates jumping up on a whim anymore either.
True.
And once people have that and they recognize, this is how it works, then it's going to be much harder to take it away from them. So you can't even bring them on the team. They're imbeciles. They'll literally vote to shoot their own toes off if they're told to.
Yeah.
So you have to give it to them and say, now, are you happy? Okay, well, no, yeah, but and then now no one's going to take it away from them. That's the difference between us and Europe. In Europe, they have it. I mean, no one runs on taking away people's health care.
Nobody. Not even the right wing.
Nobody.
The right wing doesn't.
Not even the right wingers.
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
They want their people to live and work, be able to have a decent life and go to work, be progressive, have babies.
And we do too. It's just the fact that we're fed the boogeyman all the time, and that's what Vivek is running on in Ohio. That's what you should also be checking out the California debate right now. It's really interesting. It happened tonight as well. That's what I was watching. I had to go watch the rest of that. Yeah.
Okay.
So go check that out. The California debate was really good. It's scary because the way that it is now since 2012 is an open debate, which sucks. It should be one Democrat, one Republican, but they don't want that anymore. So now what you have two Republicans that might get the top ticket for a while there, and one of them is an oath keeper. I say again, the sheriff was an oath keeper. He was the sheriff of Riverside County.
That's crazy,
he had the worst homicide rate. The stats of Riverside County are just horrific. He was a horrible sheriff, and now he wants to be governor. He's like pro ICE, and he's like an oath keeper, a fucking oath keeper. The January 6th oath keepers. He was one of them, and he's going to be the governor of our state.
Oh,
and the other guy. Yeah, exactly. And the other guy is even worse. The other guy is a Trump sycophant named Hilton. I think it's going to be Steve Hilton. He's a POS, if you know what I mean, like complete scumbag. He's an English guy, Brit. Hey, Eric Klein, what's up, man? Speaking of Brits, so he's a foreigner here, and yet, and he's going to be the one running things. Like, he's a Trump sycophant. Like, Trump endorsed him.
Okay.
And so he's only been in the country for a little bit. He's running, and they're the top two guys right now because there's so many Democrats. The Democrats are all split up. Like, I want Katie Porter to win.
They're canceling each other off.
They know that the midterm,
right, by having so many. But this is just the preliminary, right?
No.
So this is the main one.
Yeah. No,
so what it means is
this is the prelim.
Yeah,
but what happens is only the top two candidates pass. It shouldn't be that way. It should be the top Republican, the top Democrat, the top Independent should go into the general.
So
but it's not.
So only the top two go to the next. While there's like 4 or 5 Dems running. Is it how many Dems are running?
Yep. And so there's like 5 Dems running. There's 2 Republicans, and the 2 Republicans could almost take the vote. The top 2 candidates could end up being Republicans, which means it would be Steve Hilton, who was a scumbag Fox News host, who's from England. I mean, he barely even has a citizenship here. And we loved Arnold. This is not Arnold. This is something that's disgusting. And the cop, the sheriff, who is going to be really bad for California. So I don't think it'll be those 2, but let me make a prediction.
Yeah,
if those two are the last 2 candidates, this is what will happen. If either one wins, it doesn't matter who wins. They're going to be recalled within 1 year.
Recalled? Oh, you mean to?
Oh yeah, they'll be recalled so fucking fast.
Okay. Why you think so?
Yeah.
Explain that.
Because remember, the Republicans managed to do a recall on Gavin. Gavin was doing a great job, and they got enough votes together, and the Republicans here to do a recall on Gavin, which didn't pass, but they still managed to pull it off. Okay. This is California's like 63 or 65% Democrat.
Yeah.
And so, and every district is now that get gerrymandered is pretty much Democratic. And you're gonna tell me that we're gonna have a Republican governor who's a Trumper?
That don't make any sense.
Bro.
Yeah.
It isn't.
I feel you. So Gavin's not going to run. Gavin's not running.
Gavin's tapped out. California has term limits. We're a real fucking state, motherfucker. We don't fuck around.
So yeah, he had to go out. Yeah, exactly. So
he's done.
So he's basically going to run for the presidency, pretty much.
Gavin is denying it. Like, he was just on Bill Maher. Fuck Bill Maher. Just for the record, he's a piece of shit. But he was just on Bill Maher, and he denied it. He goes because Bill Maher kept pushing his buttons on it, and Gavin wasn't talking it. But it's his trajectory.
Okay, yeah, it's his trajectory. All right, let me just peep a little bit about. Let's see what I heard here in this debate. Let me see. How long is this damn debate? This debate is what?
2 hours and 20 minutes. It's long.
No.
2 hours and 20. You can't watch that thing.
Okay, these are some highlights.
Just watch the highlight reel.
Yeah, these are highlights.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here.
I have the experience to take on the toughest challenges, whether it's Donald Trump in his first term or whether it was COVID.
The decisions that I make have life and death consequences, and those decisions are made on a daily basis.
And I'm going to be relentless, absolutely relentless, in fighting the nonsense that makes life so difficult for each and every one of you.
When people said we couldn't build housing, I fought to speed up permitting and reduce fees, and now we have homes under construction.
Working people are supporting me, environmentalists are supporting me, progressives are supporting me. I'm the change agent on this stage.
I have shown time and time again that I am willing to push for politics to be better, for government to be better.
I think character matters, and I have the character to be governor of this state. I'm willing to take on my friends.
The 7 candidates making their pitch to you, the voters, in this latest debate, and ballots
wow.
are now in the mail.
If you want to so this was all of them together? This is Democrat and Republicans together on the same stage.
Yep, that's what they're doing the debate. So the first one, I was watching a little bit of the channel. The first one was Steve Hilton. That's the MAGA guy.
Okay.
The next one sucks. That he's the mayor from San Jose.
Okay.
But I think he's funded by the tech bros, the Silicon Valley, and I think he's really a closeted. I think he's like a Fetterman.
I got you. Right. Oh shit. Hell no, man.
Yeah.
That's so terrible.
Yeah.
You know, I really hate this shit, man.
Yeah.
That's so boring. The U.S., man, the thing that we had that was the strongest, we've just fucked it all up. We just fucked it all up.
Fucked it up.
Yeah, man. Go ahead. Continue.
And then there's Tom Sawyer. He's the billionaire, and he's got a lot of good ideas, but he's a billionaire, bro. I don't want a fucking billionaire running our states.
Right. Yeah.
And then there's
man.
Katie Porter. I love Katie Porter. but she got a lot of bad publicity. But she's probably the best manager. And then there's Javier Becerra, who is probably gonna take it.
Okay. Huh.
He's probably gonna go. I mean, he'll do all right. I mean, he's fine. He's fine.
All right.
He's suitable.
Let's hear some of this shit because I don't know any of these candidates, man. I don't know any of them, but yeah, let's hear it. I know Eric. He's from Cali also, so let's peep it real quick and see what it sounds like.
Or less than 1 month away from the June primary, and only 2 candidates will move on to the
This
November
is Becerra right there.
KTVU's Greg Lee live here in studio. Greg, the gloves coming off at times on that stage tonight.
Yeah, Mike Christina, good evening to you. Attacks ramped up for sure, and there was more substance from tonight's debate. No question, candidates on stage use this national spotlight.
That's the way the California. That's the way the California
who started to solidify in this race. Some clear policy differences were drawn tonight, and with ballots now out, the campaign's feeling the heat to stand out.
There?
Yeah, I'm here.
Another week, another.
I'm
Yeah,
here.
that's where the
debate in
California
race for
primaries are.
California governor.
Okay.
5 Democrats and 2 Republicans sparring.
I
on
mean,
a
in a
national
normal
stage hosted
world,
by
it works
CNN.
out.
The candidate
But you know, 'cause
speaking
what should happen is now the election are June 2nd.
Okay. The election is June 2nd. Okay.
So and
right
so
around the
ballots are
corner.
already out.
Yeah, the ballots.
Yeah,
are
mail
out, man.
ballots have already gone out.
Wow.
And so what has to happen is somebody has to drop out, or like some of the bottom guys have to drop out. Like it really should be fine. The Republicans, Hilton, and the sheriff is fine. Becerra, Tom Sire, and Amy and Katie Porter should be the ones in the race. That should be it.
Do you think
all the rest of the guys should drop out?
I mean, why the hell is it so many Democrats running, man? What is this? If this is you saying this is the primary?
This is the primary, but California changed in 2012. I don't know why we did.
Okay.
We don't have the normal primary was like one Democrat versus a Democrat. They don't have that anymore in California.
Okay,
and
so
it's probably the Republicans that managed to get it taken out.
Okay, so you have a primary
just for stuff like this.
Yeah, you have a primary with everybody, and then after you figure out the 2 top people, then they run against each other.
They go on. Yeah, which is stupid.
Yeah.
But see, this is the thing. It works in the sense if there's only one Democrat, if there's only one Republican running, and he's like a Swalwell, Curtis Swalwell in New York. It's cool because he gets pumped out. Like he's not a candidate compared to where if you have something like that, like the best example would be the New York mayor's race. Okay, Curtis wasn't even close to the numbers that the Democrats had, but yet it's him. But he makes it to the finals every time. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just because he's the lone Republican, and so California kind of wanted to do away with that and have the 2 best candidates go up on top. But the problem is, the Republicans put one candidate in, Democrats have 5 or 6 candidates in, and then it thins the pack.
Right.
It thins the margin.
Yeah. It
and
thins
so
out
then
it's terrible, man. I don't.
Yeah. Terrible. So
But-
I mean, they have to fix that, but it's not even close to getting fixed. I'm gonna go for it right now.
Yeah. Hey, listen. For those of you that's watching and the ones that are in the chat, right? I'm gonna put the chat in subscriber mode. So the chat has been open. So, but if you really don't want to be in the chat, then you won't subscribe. So I'm gonna put it in subscribe in a couple of seconds. So just be wary of that. And then if you try to subscribe after, it's going to take you like 5 minutes to get back in the chat. So my suggestion is you do that now. But in any case, look, man, somebody in the chat asked me, what healthcare provider do I have? And that brings me back to why I'm actually doing my podcast. And that is, a lot of people don't know I'm an American born and raised in Washington, D.C. Both sides of my family go back to the colonial period. But as a grown ass man, I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. And in Copenhagen, Denmark, and in Denmark, period, everybody has universal health care. Right. So that's one of even American citizens that live here. We all have universal health care and we have universal education. That means our children, nobody pays to go to school, to university, to tech school, to trade school. You get paid to go to those schools, and it's open and it's free. And, and you actually get a little salary also to go and attend. So to answer that person's question, they asked me what healthcare provider do I have? Yeah, I have the same healthcare provider everybody in Denmark has. Pretty much, so so that but it would be smart I think Americans, since they pay just as much in taxes, really, but don't realize it, it would be smart if they wanted some for themselves, but you can't force it on them, right? Isn't that right, Friars?
Yeah, I mean, so like if you watch the Indiana races were really interesting, and the reason why is that in the Indiana races, the Republicans are being challenged because they did not want to gerrymander.
Right.
That's the reason these guys are getting primary. So you have to understand that the Democrats want what's best for them and their family and their fellow man. The MAGA cult only wants what Trump tells them to want. We're not in a normal timeline.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
This is we're in the largest cult the world may have ever seen.
Yeah,
And
it's a real cult.
they're part of that cult. It's a real cult. And if he says, "I want you to starve," they'll starve their kids for him. That's the world we're in right now. Remember, they took away child care. They took away meals for children. They starved 1 million kids in Africa. They really will do whatever he says. And again, these guys are losing their primaries. These Republicans are, because they were like, gerrymandering is wrong. And I watched a clip on the news. The guy was interviewing people, like doing exit polling, and the guy's like, "Yeah, I came down to vote the Republican guy because Trump, he told him to gerrymander, and I wanted to make my voice known. Trump said gerrymander, he should have gerrymandered." Like, holy shit!
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you can't recruit them, dude. They don't want healthcare because Trump told them that they don't want healthcare.
It's crazy.
So
man. It's so sad.
They're
It's so
never
sad.
they're never going to want it. They're never going to want it. They're never going to want good paying jobs. Well, Trump's going to bring in 600,000 Chinese to work the jobs, so we're okay. Whatever he says, they're on board with. There's nothing that we can do. Well, we had, like, I sent you another thing, like the way Mamdani won was 51%. That's like 50.78% of the vote. Biden won 51%. Obama won 51%. So the only way that we can win is we have to go out and we have to do grassroots to get people out and then we have to make phone calls, we have to knock on doors, and we have to make people come out to vote. And independents really matter because independents aren't in the primaries.
No.
Right? Independents are the ones that are like, when's the I missed that. Okay, when's the voting day? Okay, I'm going to vote for this person.
Right.
And if you don't have a candidate that makes people want to come out and vote for you, then guess what? No one's going to be knocking on the doors.
You know what, Friars? That's exactly why I actually contacted you today and said you need to hop up today, because now that this gerrymandering shit has happened, it's full blown. It already happened, but now it's full blown. It's the law now.
Full blown.
Anyone can gerrymander at any time now. That's the law.
Yep.
And so that means independents are actually going to mean, they already meant something before, but now they're going to mean even more because of the suppression of all the votes. So
exactly.
That's why I caught you up, because I know a lot of times, I don't know, are you an independent or what? Or are you a Dem, or are you kind of in the middle?
I was a Bernie guy up in I was independent up until then.
Yeah.
And when Bernie said register to vote for the Dems, I did, because to be in the primaries.
Right.
And then after that, I did what they call Dem Exit, which just doesn't really exist.
Right.
But in 2018, like in Texas, I wanted to be in the primaries.
Yeah.
And if you're an independent, you can't be in the primaries. Libertarians, Green Party, you can't be in the primaries. They only have Republicans and Democrats.
Right. Yeah.
So I've been registered as a Democrat since 2018.
Yeah.
To work.
Yeah, I understand you. I understand. Yeah, exactly. Because Dems have the infrastructure to register people, at least,
Well, there's a primary. Like independents can't vote in any primaries.
Right, in the primaries, exactly. Now that's
what matters the most.
Yeah, that's okay. So that's why I got you here, because, man, independents and Dems are going to have to work closer and more closely together this time around to be able to defeat, and save our country, man. Like, we learned from last time. I think, there's a lot of learning. You learn. I would think intelligent people learn something when a crisis emerged, when the situation is fucking serious. And now the situation is very, very serious. And for me, it's like that should make anybody want to figure out what they can do to make sure the same shit doesn't happen again. Right? Period. Like
Well,
we have
yeah,
to
so
get rid of these people from power. We have to. And the only way we're going to
yeah,
do that as Democrats and independents is if we find some common ground on the issues before these elections pop off. It can't be too many mistakes. And not that we have to get behind bullshit either, but I mean, just so we get our messaging out together to everybody, something that works, something that's clear, and get everyone on the right path. Because yeah, man, we're going to get killed. We're going to get killed, and it's going to. And I don't even say that, it's not even hyperbole. Like, these people threaten other people's fucking lives for real.
yeah. I mean, again, look at the Indiana uh, primary that just not happened, and they primaried a bunch of these moderate Republicans.
Yeah.
So, like, this is my take. You can't, in my judgment, you can't rely on independents. And here's why: independents are going to vote whatever is getting to them the most. Like, whether it's like media, whether it's news, whether it's a commercial they saw, and a lot of these times, those guys, they don't even know who to vote for or who they're going to vote for until they're going to the election poll and they see a sign out front. I'm going to vote for that guy. That's how wishy-washy a lot of these. They don't absorb any media sometimes. What the Democrats have to do is not reach out to the right, because like Liz Cheney has nothing. Liz Cheney, outside of hitting Trump, had nothing in common with any of the Democrats. You have to reach out to the left, because first off, Liz Cheney doesn't want Medicare for all. So
Right.
that's the sign. My thing is, I'm only supporting somebody if you're for Medicare for all. You're my candidate. Medicare for all, tuition-free college, uh, Citizens United,
Yeah,
tax
it's got to
billionaires.
be things that the multitude of Americans need and understand they need. It's got to be those yeah, right up the middle. And Medicare for all
Yeah,
is that, right? Yeah, exactly.
and you have to,
Or
like,
one of the things.
this
It's one of
election.
the things. Yeah.
This election has to be about not what you're against, but what are you doing for me. Mamdani didn't win on I'm going to replace Adams. He's horrible.
Right.
That's a given. Mamdani won because he gave him a platform, and if you listen to independent voters, every voter that you talked to had a different reason why they voted for him. I voted for him because of the halal tax. He's gonna fix that. And I'm a caterer. I'm a taxi driver. He was with us during this time. I got a kid, and my kids was I need the Medicare. I'm sorry, I need tuition.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, man. I agree with you because, although everybody wants to get rid of Trump, although everybody wants to get rid of the corruption, everybody wants to get rid of the corruption. Everybody wants to get rid of, the same things pretty much. I mean, most normal people don't want billionaires running everything, right? And don't want a police state run by robots where all the human beings are being policed by fucking robots and AI. Most people don't want that, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is that we need to be able to make sure that we're telling people what they're going to get, not just what they don't like and what we're scared of. But what is going to come out of this, because that will get people from all sides to focus.
Yep.
Right.
Exactly.
I think is that what you're saying?
Yeah. No. Yeah. I'm exactly saying and that's it. And that's what they have to do. Like, when I'm knocking on somebody's door for the general election, they're saying, why vote for your candidate? Well, we're going to do this and this and this and this and this for you. Which one of those? What about this? We're doing that for you too. Like I got a kid who's going to go to college. What about that?
It can't just be you want to get rid of Trump. It needs to be like you want something once he's gone. What are you going to get once he's gone? Everybody's got to know, what are we going to get once these people are out there? Getting them out is a no-brainer, but what are we going to get in replace of it is the key, right?
And that's the key. And that's what the Democrats have to be focused on, number one. Number two, the DCC has to stop trying to get rid of progressives. Like, the progressive movement is, so first off,
I agree,
in
bro.
2028,
in
2028, Gen A is going to be the first time voting, Generation Alpha.
Yeah.
I call them Generation AI. Gen AI is what they're going to call themselves. Watch and see. Gen AI. You can call me that. I haven't seen anybody say it, but I guarantee it's what they're going to call
Gen
themselves.
AI,
They're
okay.
Yeah, they're gonna be because it's generation alpha, because it goes all the way to Z and it starts back with alpha to A again, right? That's how the Gen Z thing works. And so now we're back to alpha, and they're gonna go with Gen AI,
Right.
and because they're the first real AI generation, and they're the ones mastering it right now. Because right now, the Trump administration is gonna let it master us, and they're gonna be the first generation that goes, fuck no, we want this kind of regulation so we can master it.
Right.
And so that's where we're heading to. And
I agree with you, man. I agree. I understand where you're coming from, and I agree 100%, man. In some kind of ways, how can MAGA, these numbskulls, be the ones that are talking about AI? How could they be the ones? You see what I mean? Championing AI? That is crazy.
Well,
right?
they're not championing it. What they are is remember, Trump is transactional. He was bought. He was bought and paid for by
Right.
And so they said your talking points. Have you noticed that? That's why Trump posts all those AI videos.
Right.
They gave him his own AI to make videos for him.
Yeah.
And so
he's
that's
such a
how they
child.
he's such a fucking child. And so he is whatever you want. That's why Trump has no regulation on AI.
They
can do whatever they want to do because they gave him that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we have to bring and they even have a pattern. They even have a plan for that by saying, they don't want AI to be woke. That's their little marketing strategy already. That's what Hegseth put out there. Like, AI, don't let it be woke. But the truth is that woke AI means it works for human beings. The human beings are the fucking AI master. If unwoke AI means they will be fucking running us. We'll be slaves.
I want to come back to this because we're leaving out right now is about them being the first generation to vote about on AI. But let me go back on that.
Yeah.
So do you know why Pete Hegseth said that? I'll explain why. So the Pentagon's had AI for decades.
Yeah.
Since the 90s.
They were the first, basically.
And yeah, they were the first to have it. The military's first to everything. So the military's had it, they perfected it, and AI went woke as fuck. That's what the military started going woke because AI was like, if you want to win wars, you have to be diverse. And the reason why is that, for example, to win the war in Afghanistan, you have to have people who speak the local languages. Or to win against these, you have to do this, which means you have to have people that can blend into the population, which means the special forces should start being more diverse, and the CIA should be more diverse. Right. And that's how the woke thing started. Is that the AI was like, if you want to win wars, this is what you need. And this is what Pete Hegseth said these guys are going in. Like, that's why they brought Musk and Grok in. Because the military AI is woke as fuck. And Trump hates woke because Vladimir Putin told him to hate woke. Yeah. Because Vladimir Putin knows it's what advances us. It's our strength. Yeah. And so he wants to hurt our strength.
Yeah, the multitude.
Exactly.
Without diversity, the U.S. only has 350 million people. Without diversity, what does that cut? That cuts half of our population, bro.
Worse than that, in time of war,
even more than
you can't blend in anywhere.
Yeah,
you can't blend in anywhere.
Even in war,
and so
no spying.
Yeah,
you can't blend in anywhere. Nothing. You don't even have the social. You don't even have the extra little thing. Like, at least you could make good terms. People were more willing to work with the U.S. military because the U.S. military was diverse. We didn't always appear to be different and foreign, you know, because we have different. Our country is different. We're a country of immigrants, so we have people that do have Italian Americans still think about Italy in some ways. Maybe not nationalistically, but
way more than they should.
Culturally, maybe, right? And we have different Americans like that. Yeah, but we're not enemies with Italian Americans aren't enemies with Italy. That's the whole thing. Irish Americans aren't enemies with Ireland. African Americans don't tend to be enemies with African countries or other. You see what I'm saying? Hispanic. So there's always we have that strength to draw from. Even if you, let's say, we don't use it yet enough. Women, we don't use it yet enough. But there's women emerging all over, especially in the Western world, in politics. You see what I mean? And it does mean something when you have women representing your country, on the global stage. It does mean something because other countries see it, other women see it in other countries, and they think like, wow, you know what? This country must be good because or a little bit better than ours, or because they actually did something my own country doesn't do. You see what I mean? We win people over with diversity, and they just killed it. But not to cut you off, but let's say actually diversity, if you cut out DEI, that's half of our population or more, man.
Yeah, it's more
That's
than just
crazy.
half, because it's more like about 2/3, because you're cutting out like half the females right there, and then half the males are going to cut out because they aren't white. More than half.
That is
So
it's suicide.
But again, that's what Putin wants. Remember, Putin is running Trump. Keep in mind, Putin and Netanyahu. Putin's running both sides. Putin's running Trump, and then like Netanyahu is working with the Russians. Have always been working with Israel. Remember, Israel spied on the U.S. and gave their information to the KGB. Putin's KGB. He was there when all that stuff was happening.
Oh.
So it's the same team, both working against Trump to manipulate Trump and to really harm the U.S. And again, they're doing this because this is what AI said. This is how you can beat the Americans a long time ago.
Man, I don't know. You know what?
Not coming to
we
happen.
must have the same mind, bro. That's exactly. They run an algorithm.
Yeah.
Social experiment.
Yeah, ran out a long time ago.
Yeah, they collected the data from people. They did all the data. They collected the social media data. Then they collected the numbers data, the quantitative data, put all that shit together, and now they got their algorithm. They're going to throw it back out, their game plan to run on everybody, and it is science. So it's so calculating that people don't necessarily see it. You see, but it's comprehensive and you feel it, right?
This is how calculating it is. You can look this up. Paul, do you know who Paul Manafort is?
Yo, Paul Manafort. Yeah, he got convicted, right? He was on the Trump election.
Yeah.
What is it?
He was one of Trump's advisors.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he went to jail for what? But he was colluding.
He got 9 years. He got 9 years, and then Trump commuted his sentence, so he served like a month in jail, maybe 2 months.
And what did he get 9 years for again? I forget. What was that about? Yeah.
Well, because he was tax evasion, but he made $11 million from a called I can't think of the name of the Party of Regions.
Let me look
the
this
Party
up.
of Regions.
Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah. So the Party of Regions was a Russian-run party in Ukraine and in Poland, and they were run out of the Kremlin, and that's who Yanukovych was a part of, and he was working for them. He's working directly with the Russians, and the last things that he did was he gave data to the Russians on MAGA, and you can look that up.
Oh,
so
really?
He gave them all He gave them all. So anybody that says Russia, 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 they can suck a big old wanker, dude, because he 100% was linked to the Russians, 100%, and he was Trump's campaign advisor. That is as direct as it gets.
You know what? If the people that say Russia, 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 you know what they can do?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, they can blow. But I mean, I'm saying so that's my point, is that you can look that up. So he gave information. He gave like I forget what you call it, like, but he gave basically information about MAGA to the Russians, and that's why they were able to plan 2024, and it worked like a charm.
Well,
he won.
That is insane. Well, here it says, all right, Paul Manafort's connection to Russia interests is extensive, involving both his business career and his time as Donald Trump's campaign chairman. Right. So he was the chairman. So there's money obviously flowing through there. Here's the summary. Okay. Business.
He's working for free.
Yeah, exactly. Business and lobbying ties. Oleg Deripaska, starting around 2005. Manafort worked for Russian billionaire Oleg Deripaska, and a close ally of Vladimir Putin's. That's what you're talking about? Right. Yeah.
Yanovich, Viktor Yanovich, he was the cleanup guy for Viktor Yanovich, the guy that was the president of Ukraine, and this is the reason. Like, he's the direct reason that the Euromaidan happened.
Yo, it says. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So he was so corrupt that Yanukovych, like, he wouldn't leave power. He cheated on the ballot and that stuff. And then the people started investigating him, like the kids did there, the teenagers, and they found all this dirt on him, and that's what caused the revolution. But he was a part of all of it.
Okay, it says here records indicate Paul Manafort pitched a strategy to influence U.S. and European politics, that's elections, to benefit Putin's government, eventually signing a $10 million annual contract. So he got paid $10 million a year from Putin, right? Then it says Ukraine worked. Manafort spent years as a consultant for the Party of Regions, a pro-Russian political party in Ukraine, and its leader Viktor Yanukovych. Right?
Yanukovych,
Yanukovych. Okay. He was reportedly paid millions in off the books funds for this work. Okay. And then it's up to the 2016 campaign investigations. Konstantin Kilimnik. Is that it? Yeah. During 2016 campaign, Manafort met with Kilimnik, whom the Senate Intelligence Committee later identified as a Russian intelligence officer. Investigations revealed that Manafort shared private campaign polling data with Kilimnik. Yes, Kilimnik.
Yes.
So that's what you're talking about. And that's
what I'm talking about. So he should have gone to jail. Trump should have gone to jail. The very first thing that Garland should have done on his very first day in office was prosecute all those traitors, terrorists for treason. And he never even looked into it. So that's how broken our system is. Like, these guys did such level of corruption that Trump goes around and says Russia. Like, his base is still saying Russia. There was no proof. There's a connection with Russia. Smoking gun,
and it's all there. It's all there. I mean, it's already been proven. Exactly, it's already been proven. And just because you get a pardon, it doesn't mean your sentence is taken away. You know, you just get pardoned for it.
They're never going to ever accept. They're never going to accept that Trump's corrupt. Never, because they just don't care. They don't care. That's why you can't ever. I don't waste my time with them. We have to reach out to progressives. We have to reach out to get this new generation alpha to register to vote, to register as a Democrat, and to come to the polls. It's not just coming to the polls. They have to knock on doors. See, this is where it comes in. You have to knock on the independents' doors and tell them, come out and vote. This is the day, come out and vote for our guy. This is the reason why. That's where the independent part comes in. But if you don't have people out there knocking on doors, and that's the progressives,
right?
You know, I'll tell you,
and that's also the DNC money. The DNC money. DNC's got to spend money on that. Knocking on doors.
They're not. But that's the thing about it. So remember, the autopsy didn't get released for two reasons. So the autopsy in the 2016 didn't get released, and the autopsy out of 2024 didn't get released. Right. And the reason why is that the same things both times. That the Democrats. So in 2016, they pushed out Bernie, and then they took his list, but they couldn't get those people to come out to knock on doors and make phone calls for them because they had no talking points. The whole time they've been talking about Bernie, he's going to do this because of this. And then now they get switched around, and you got to tell them the exact opposite. Hey, I called you last week to say about Bernie, but against Hillary. Now I want you to vote for Hillary.
Well,
what if American First is not going to give it to you?
Yeah, well, they need the talking points right now, man. Like, it's on right now.
That's what the DNC fucked up on. And the thing is, they don't want to admit to it because it's right there in the autopsy. And so, and that's the problem. If you don't, if you're going to do an after action review, you have to be able to list the three things that you want to sustain, the three things you want to improve upon. But if you're not willing to talk to us about what we have to improve upon, we can't fix the problems.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand you. I agree.
The one thing I'll say with the Republicans is they're cleaning house, dude. They're getting rid of all of the APAC money. But sadly, it's being replaced by Turning Point USA, which is another fucking psyop. But they're making that move, you see what I'm saying? And that's what the Republicans...
They're outmaneuvering. It's political because they can still get that APAC money and black money, right? But they're outmaneuvering the Democrats. Huh?
They're out. That's gone. They're really APAC is really losing the race right here.
No, but what I mean
really
is
not going to take.
Yeah, but what I mean is like this. they can still get money to them. The problem is getting it on the records. Like the name AIPAC is the problem. The situation, the political situation is the problem. So by Republicans just removing AIPAC, it doesn't matter if they get money in any other way, or even what do you call it, dark money, right? That doesn't matter. What matters is the political implications. Because if the Democrats are going to show that, wait a second, they're still willing to take that money, then the public is going to, I mean, over, on the books, the public is going to, that's going to be against the Democrats, because the American population is not with Israel right now. They're fed up with Netanyahu.
Yeah. What I see coming is that, like, even with, like, again, I can give two craps about MAGA, but you have to study it and understand what's going on. And what they're doing is, a lot of these guys are turning, like the TPA USA guys, they're kind of turning against Israel to the point that if you take any money at all, they're going to call you out on it. So what does that mean? It means that the day's coming really soon when both Republicans and Democrats are going to agree, we're going to stop funding Israel.
Yeah.
Now,
True.
Republicans are the white nationalists, like the Groypers, like the Kansas Owens, like the Tucker Carlsons. They're doing it for a different reason. You see what I'm saying? But they're still going to say it nevertheless.
Right.
And then on the Democratic side, the progressives are going to be like, was directly because of the Palestine issue. We're done with it.
Right.
I mean, Israel could collapse, not like in a wave of violence, but kind of like the USSR did. Remember, it literally went away overnight.
Right. I agree.
And so Israel could collapse like that. And if it does, it'll be the most healthiest thing in the world, because the people can redress. And remember, 80% of Israelis are absolute racists and hardcore Zionists. 80 is not even close. It's really bad, the number how high it is. And they just have to say, we're going to learn to get along with our brothers. We're going to learn to get along with Palestinians. We're going to give them the rights. We're going to have to stop taking their land. We're going to learn to live in peace.
Basically,
that will only happen when we stop funding them like that. But this is coming right now with these Generation Alpha and Generation Z will be the largest voting bloc in 2028.
Who do you think? What candidate? Right. Let's say right now in the elections right now, the ones that you know of, or the ones coming up later this year. Right. Let's talk about the elections that have consequence. Right, which they all do, but let's see here. Where it could be, well, forget it, because it could have consequence anywhere. But let's say, who do you think the candidates will be that come out and say they won't take AIPAC money, like who, and speak about it in advance? Like we already heard, what is his name, Rokan, say that, right? And the Democrats, didn't they have a vote on that? Who had a vote on that recently? Didn't they have a vote? Was
Democrats did, and they voted not. They voted to not harm AIPAC.
That is like, see, in my mind, that's being politically outmaneuvered. In my mind, like, because what matters is what people see, right?
Yeah, I would like to think that, but I sent you a link. Look up DCCC.
Yeah.
And then when you go to DCCC, look up on there About Us. And then look at all the people in charge of that, and every single one of them. From there's Jeffries, there is Nagas out of where's he from? Colorado. There's like 5 of them. All their officers, the whip and everybody, every single one takes money to AIPAC. Money from AIPAC. Everyone.
Yo, 2 seconds.
So it's gonna be tough. Yeah, you get an emergency.
Yeah, it's a the test alarm for the city. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that. It was just I had to stop it on my phone. But yeah. So I pulled this up. Let me see. Oh damn, what am I pulling up?
Go to About Us, DCCC 3 C's.
DCCC.org.
DCCC maybe .org. It's a political action group. Is for the .org. That's the one.
It's .org. Yeah. Let me see here exactly. So
and then go to their About Us, and it should open up to Jeffries. But if you go to About Us, who it is?
Yeah.
They're the So the leader is Hakeem Jeffries. He takes $1 million from AIPAC. There's Susan Delbean. She's the CCC chair. She takes money from AIPAC. There's Catherine Clark. She's a Democratic whip. She takes money from AIPAC. There's Peter Aguilera. He takes money from AIPAC. He's the caucus chair. There's Ted Lieu, who I like Ted Lieu.
Oh, well, let's take it one at a time. Let's take it one at a time. Sorry.
Okay.
So, because it's up on the screen now. So, you say Hakeem takes money from AIPAC, right?
For sure.
Okay. Yeah, because he's out in New York, and AIPAC is big in New York, right? Or they were. Yeah. And that, again, this is kind of being outmaneuvered politically, basically. This is, at this point, I would say, for Hakeem. Sad because I like Hakeem, but come on, man. You're from New York. You got to roll with the trend. The trend is not going to change in New York anytime soon. It's not going to change. People are tired of the old.
Both senators of New York, like Chuck Schumer, takes a lot of money.
Yeah, because they're heavy. They're heavy in New York. They're heavy in New York.
Yeah,
they're members, AIPAC members or leaders or whatever. Their foundation is heavy there. The people that support it, in New York. Yeah, exactly. I hate. Well, they need to get real about this because they're going to get primaried. They are going to get primaried at this point if they just don't drop it. Because and it has the potential to harm the outcome too. It has the potential to harm the outcome. Because people want reassurance about the direction of where things are going to go, and Americans are like really fucking tired. But in any case, what about Susan Delbean? You said she took money or no from AIPAC?
Susan Delbean, she took $128,000 from AIPAC.
God damn. Okay, and Catherine Clark.
Catherine Clark, she took $700,000 from AIPAC.
God damn. Okay, and Pete Aguilar.
Pete Aguilar took $1,420,000 from AIPAC.
Oh man. Ted Lieu.
I haven't looked him up yet, but he does. He takes my AIPAC for sure too.
You sure?
I like him too.
Okay, I like him, man. He's strong, man.
I'm like 90% sure he does. Yeah.
Joe Neguse.
I remember seeing it before. Joe Neguse took $1 million from AIPAC.
Okay, and when you say took it, what are you talking about? In the last year or prior?
You can go to the AIPAC. You can go to the AIPAC tracker, and it tracks how much money that they've taken.
Okay,
so that's what his money is
in total, or when they took it. Does it say when they took it also? Because
it doesn't say. It doesn't say.
All right, so
how long, like when they take it. That's just how much they keep track of how much you take. It's open source.
Are you saying it's just these members right here, just these 5, or there's more?
Those are the main guys. That's who runs
yeah, but the thing is that right. I see what you're saying. These are the main people, and they all take AIPAC money.
Yeah.
So
they're the leaders. There's way more. Like
right.
Yeah. Like what was her name? Wassemer.
Yeah. Oh my God.
What was her name? I'm talking about Republican Representative Wassemer.
Yeah.
I forget her name, but she took money not for just from AIPAC. She was doing insider trading. Like some guys went to her office, gave her an award for it. So Debbie Wassemer, that's her, Representative Debbie Wassemer of Florida.
Yeah,
and she's a big AIPAC supporter. So the thing is, this is what matters right now. The incumbents aren't going to be challenged because AIPAC is funding them through the DNC, through other. I think it's like called Project Democracy.
Right.
And so the DNC says, hey, give these guys some money. Talking to AIPAC, give these guys some money so we can help make sure they don't get primaried. So they're trying to control the narrative by, again, they're losing the Republicans because the MAGA guys are pushing them out. They didn't see that coming at all.
Right.
So they're losing the Republicans, but they're going to be able to keep the Democrats. And that's what they control. They can push out the Democrats through the DCCC, and now they can control the narrative.
Okay.
Like they don't want Schumer to be primary. They want to keep all of their guys who are going to be for Israel, number one.
On the right
place,
and the left. On the right and
left. On the left, they want it, but on the right they're struggling because like Dave Bard, the guy that won his primary in Indiana, he's taking AIPAC money, so he's beholden to them. But they lost 3 Trump controls those three, but so does Turning Point USA. They got to go with that. Turning Point USA is getting a bigger crowd, and they are screaming, "If you take money from AIPAC, fuck you."
Yeah.
So it's really turning into an issue for them now. So their last place to hold fast is the Republicans, and they don't want progressives. They want those centrists to the right kind of Republicans, like Fetterman, like Schumer, and that's what they want to keep in
And
power.
it's important to state that AIPAC is like it's one of a couple right wing Israeli PACs, right? But there's some ones that are not right wing too.
I wouldn't call. I don't know if I would call AIPAC right wing. This is the problem. AIPAC is just AIPAC.
Okay.
AIPAC is a nationalist organization that has Democrats and Republicans like Bill Maher. Bill Maher he doesn't take money from AIPAC, but he donates to it. He's one of these guys that he screams Israel first over everything.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
true.
you
I know
have
what you mean. He doesn't fault. He doesn't vary in his show for compassion for Israel and compassion for basically Palestinians.
Zero.
Yeah, exactly.
Zero.
Which
Absolutely
is sad,
zero.
Yeah. But aren't there a couple of other PACs that are not like problematic like AIPAC that are Israeli PACs too?
So if you look them up, there's one called J Street.
Yeah, that's what you were saying. J Street. So J Street, people that receive money from J Street are not the same as AIPAC, in other words.
Exactly. So to the hardcore like progressives or to the hardcore like ultra right, they don't give a fuck if you're taking money from Israel. But this is the deal with J Street. J Street, for example, believes in two-state solution.
Okay, two-state
solution. So they've always pushed the two-state solution.
Okay.
So that's one of the things that differ. And I don't know if they've actually caught up the genocide. Like they don't support Netanyahu. J Street doesn't. Where AIPAC supports Netanyahu, they support everything that he does. They support Ben Kabir. They support all the right wingers. They don't care. They're hardcore Zionists, which means that they want to take all the land. They want to genocide the Palestinians, and they want to usher in a Messiah under their terms. Like we're going to make the Messiah. We're going to build the temple. They're all atheists.
Damn, that's so crazy, man. Yeah, that is insane. But people better get on board with this shit. I hope Dems. Well, I don't hope Dems. I think people just need to demand it. They need to demand it. People need to start talking about this now. They need to start talking.
They can't.
If they have
that's
a problem.
The problem. They can't. They're not. That's the point. They can't. Like you're not getting it. The AIPAC is trying. The DCC right now, because it's packed with all those guys, are making sure that it's not part of the conversation. And this might turn it now. So this is another point I want to make real quick. There was I think it was called Wilder versus the DNC, something that you can look it up. But the case with Bernie Sanders followers, supporters, kind of went after the DNC and sued them over cheating Bernie out of the primary, out of the election. And you know what happened with that case? The judge decided the DNC has the right to pick any candidate that they want, and it doesn't have to have a fair election.
Okay.
Yep.
The judge.
So what
because
that
they can't
means
interfere into inter party politics. They can't do that.
Right? Yes, they can. The judge says yes, they can. The judge says they can interfere in the politics.
No, I mean the judge can't do that. Nobody. They can.
Yeah,
actually
he can.
do it themselves.
That's his whole point.
Yeah.
No, that's the judge has to. This is what was happening. The Bernie Sanders followers were saying, "Look, this was an unfair election. They cheated Bernie Sanders. He won fair and square, and they cheated him."
Oh,
and
you're
the
talking
judge
about the primary. You're talking about the primary.
In the primary, yeah.
Okay.
And the judge ruled that they can cheat. They can cheat Bernie Sanders.
Okay.
They can cheat anybody they want to. Whoever the DNC wants to have, they don't have to have fair elections.
No, but that's what I'm saying, because it's inter-party. It's like, it comes down to the final who has the final say, right? How they do that. Actually, it's not really an election like a national election or something like that. It's a party election, and they have their own rules about how it's governed. Yeah, that's what I mean. And it may not always be. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Just to make sure.
But the thing is, the Republicans didn't do that. Remember, they didn't want Trump. They had like it was supposed to be Jim Bush. I forget his name, Jeb Bush.
Right.
He was the candidate that they chose. There was no doubt about it. But the Republicans were like, fuck that, and the Republican Party had to listen to their base, and that's why Trump won. And that's the
Right.
difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. The Democrats actually didn't give a fuck and listen to their base. The Republicans did, and that's why we're in this mess to begin with.
Right. I hear you. I mean, I do I like your perspective on it. You know what I mean? I understand your perspective on it. But I hear when I hear you in the end, I hear then you say that's your view of it also. That's just your view of it. And I understand.
Those are the facts. Those are the facts. It's a national my views are based upon data that I gather, and then you have to make a conclusion from that.
Yeah.
Like there's
your views
no
are
doubt
based
about
on
it.
the facts. Your views are based on the facts.
My views are based on the facts.
Yeah.
If we had a fair election, Bernie would have won. And there's a couple of people like Bloomberg that says he did the analysis. Bernie would have won overwhelmingly. Would have won in the final election.
Yeah, it's true.
And
that's
so. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and the reason why I'm saying this is because if we don't learn from the past, it's going to repeat itself.
Right.
Right now, we're facing the same thing. The Democrats might not want to have a Palestinian talk at the DNC.
Right.
So they're going to block him. So that means that we're not going to.
If they do that this time, I don't even see how they could even even conceive of it this time. I don't even see how they can conceive of it. Yeah,
we're on the same sheet of music, but I'm telling you, dude, it's a big possibility.
But if they do that, that would be so foul. That would be so stupid. But in any case, I hear you, and I think there's some things that I'm not liking though. Like, to be honest with you, there's I'm talking about how the Democrats are doing things. I don't think the leadership is progressive enough myself. I don't think it is. And not at this point. Forget it, man. It's like we need people that are speaking, like you said, to the heart of the people. And it's not just about AIPAC. That's not just the only thing. I'm thinking about, man, Americans feel fucked up and betrayed right now. Americans are watching their country looking at elections being fucking halted. That's not a joke. And we can't, talk like we're going to tolerate it. You know what I mean? I don't think that's useful. Yeah, we need everybody to come out to the polls like their life depends on it too. But we also need to talk like we're not going to tolerate it. Because I'm talking about stopping elections, stopping citizens from voting. Like this kind of thing about cheating and all of this shit, and anything else. Like, I think we need to speak clearly. If people are not allowed to fucking vote, people are not going, independents and Democrats are not going to fucking go along with the program anymore. Like, that's it. It's over. You know what I'm saying? Like, because how can we wait all this time for an election just for them to snatch it away? And you're going to brutalize people this whole time? You're going to send people to the poorhouse this whole time? You're going to fucking violate every norm of society. Fire for how many black women were fired, man? How many 100,000?
A lot.
Was it
how
many thousand? Was it almost 500,000?
It was 300,000 total people that were fired.
300,000 total people.
In just West Virginia, it was 30,000 people in just Virginia.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It's like
that's what Westmore said.
They did all, and then all the corruption. Are you crazy? It's over. People can't stand for any more of this shit. You know what I mean? And they won't have a country. To quote Trump, you won't have a country. Like, seriously. Like, it's done. I mean, so I don't think we need to have no disrespect to Hakeem Jeffries or Schumer, but we don't need leadership that actually is going to go along with just being robbed and cheated and beaten and stolen anymore. Like, forget that, yo. I don't think, and the reason why I'm saying it is because I don't think Americans are going to support it. Independents and Democrats are not going to support it, man. Young people don't want that. Young people, nobody wants that, man. And when you've been wronged, you have to stand up for yourself. You can't go along with being used and abused and done wrong. Like, it just doesn't work. And I think we need people to say, you know what? You're not going to threaten voting booths. You're not going to threaten voting booths. People are not going to stand for it. We are going to require justice from anyone that threatens people at voting booths, any bomb threats. Like, these motherfuckers better be on their job. If for any reason people are stopped, masses of people are stopped from doing their civil right, their voting, yo, man, it's okay to lose fairly. It's not, losing unfairly. No. I don't think so. Not this way. I don't think so, man. I think people want change in the United States of America. And I think that if you don't speak to the people's frustration, people aren't going to support you. And I noticed one other thing. Kamala Harris, I noticed her tone also changed a little bit. I'm not trying to promote her or anything like that, but I think the Democratic Party is having some kind of split here or difficulty like with this. Some of them want to be quiet and, I guess, steadfast and modest, while other ones are saying, maybe recognizing if they don't start speaking a different kind of language, they're not going to get enough support. What do you think about that?
I mean, yeah, I hear you, and it's just that what troubles me is that, again, I was watching the Indiana primary when they were doing the exit polling.
Yeah.
And like, they asked this one guy, he's like, I got a diesel truck. I spent $90 last year. Now I spent 210.
Right.
And he goes, but you know what? You know who he didn't blame it on? He didn't blame it on Trump. He says it's both parties. I'm like, what the hell? So the thing is that, unfortunately, Chuck Schumer is 100% on board with Donald Trump's war.
Right.
So
and
it's not
a problem.
Like
that's a problem, bro.
And yeah, and that's where we are right now. Just like you're saying, is that we want leaders that are going to fight. They're not going to. They're going to tell us to stand down, to calm down. Like, remember, they didn't even investigate the fact that we got cheated out of this vote. There was major cheating going on in this last election. They didn't investigate it, and they're not going to, because you know what they don't want? They would rather have a Trump in there who's helping Israel than Mamdani or somebody to the far left that's in funding for Israel.
Right.
And that's the problem that we have right now. So it all kind of ties back to that, because they don't care about the country. It's not America first. It's really Israel first.
And that's a problem.
The biggest problem
that's a problem right now.
have.
It's not so much about Israel. It's about the fact that we can't do everything. We can't do all these things for everyone else. We're in a crisis at home. So that's pretty much how Americans are feeling. Yeah. Americans are feeling
it's, I don't know what's going to happen. Like if Trump stops the election, Democrats aren't going to care. I mean, Republicans aren't going to care. They're going to be happy. They don't care. Like his base does not care how they stay in power. Right. Trump could declare martial law tomorrow, and Trump could actually execute every major Democratic leader. You wouldn't have a single Republican who complained. Maybe you might have like Rand Paul, maybe and Macy, but they're going to get rid of those guys next.
Yeah,
they'll call them unloyal. And
they're coming after them.
Really bad state.
Yeah,
we're in
they're
a bad
coming after
state.
them. Yeah, true, man.
So I don't know what's going to happen. Can Trump stop an election? It's a bold move. He's
going to try, bro. He's going to try. Of course, Trump doesn't.
He's already trying.
Yeah, he doesn't like to take the blame because he's got plenty of stooges to do things for him, as you saw in Louisiana. Just like stop the whole fucking election. Just like that leads me to believe that no. Once you see one, that becomes the plan. Oh, that becomes the contingency plan. They're going to look and monitor the elections and monitor what the numbers are starting to look like, and measure the temperature of the water. And then if it looks too bad, Trump is going to step in on a federal level and find a way to have a state of emergency, and stop elections. Straight up. That's what I feel is going to happen. And I don't think it's going to be fair, because think about it. These people have dug in already with their corruption. They know if they're not in power, they're in trouble. Their own people have said it. If
they're
we
done.
don't win the midterms,
Yeah.
that's what what Steve Bannon said. If we don't win the midterms,
Steve Bannon
we're
said
all
that.
going to jail. So,
Yep.
including
And they
him.
they know it. Yeah. Oh, he knows it. He knows it. So I mean, for this is what has to happen. Them the Democrats have to step out the way, which isn't going to happen, and they have to let the progressives come out. And the reason why the progressives not only can win, they can get people out to vote. They'll knock on doors because they have these huge followings, like the Sunrise Movement, all these other groups that are going to get out there, knock on doors. Remember, Mamdani went from 20,000 people to 100,000 volunteers.
Yeah.
And he had 1.1 million people that voted for him. That's basically 10 that's 10 people per volunteer knocking on doors.
Yeah.
That's what wins elections.
Yeah, that's what wins elections, and that's where things got to go. Things have to go grassroots right now. It have to. That's where it's going to be won, and that's where it's not just about where it's going to be won. That's where the solution is. That's where the problems and the solutions meet with the people. And if you're not going to reach out to people and show people that, we actually get your situation, and guess what? We're all going to get together and acknowledge your situation. If you don't show them that, man, you're going to miss votes, bro. They're going to miss votes. And I just, I really hope that they hear that this leadership starts taking fucking notes fast, because listen, it's going to be on them. Whatever happens this year, whatever happens, whether it's bad or good, it's going to be on them. And if it's bad, it will be on them for not listening. I'm talking about Dems. If they do not listen to the people, it is going to be on them this time totally.
Remember this. They won't release the autopsy. They don't care, dude. They would rather lose their way than to lose control of the party. Because remember, if they lose their way, you know what they can do tomorrow? They can raise more campaign money. We're gonna fight Trump even harder next time. And that's what they care about. Remember, it's about money. It's just driven by money. So we're in a bad state. Chuck Schumer doesn't care if he loses. Chuck Schumer will let Trump do what he wants to do, because Trump is he wants to be the opposition leader. I'm the resistance.
Yeah, he wants to be the leader,
Schumer
right?
wants to be.
Yeah, but it's
he
only
doesn't want to be the leader. He wants to be the opposition leader.
Yeah, but the only reason why he's the leader, I'm gonna segue off of this for a second, but I want you to stay up because it's another matter I want to talk to you about. But look, it's the Dems, it's the people in office, the other representatives that vote him to be the leader. So it's not really him, is it? Is it him? No. He can want the shit all he wants. Why are the other Dems continuing to vote for him? And that requires many. That takes a majority, bro. It takes a majority, right?
There's no doubt about it. Yeah, but I mean, there's only got he's been in charge for a while. This only got bad recently. Like before him, it was Nancy Pelosi. No, he's in the Senate. He was even there with Nancy Pelosi, and he's been there. He's been there since early Obama.
Okay.
Early Obama. So he was there when it was actually pretty good. He's just like, now we see his true colors after October 7th. That now he's the mask completely out. No one cared about AIPAC money. No one even knew what AIPAC was before that. Now they're following every little matrix. Because remember, we live in the age of information. More and more people are going to start looking at information. So we live in a different age now, and it's just time for new leadership. And they just don't want to let go, because they will lose the party. The party is the future of the Democrat Party is Medicare for all, money out of politics, that's them, and Citizens United, that's them, and no more funding for Israel. That's trifecta for Schumer.
Okay.
He needs big money in politics. He needs to be able to invest in stocks and have his people invest in stocks, and all that ends with the new Generation Alpha.
Yeah. Okay.
Gen AI. It all ends.
Damn.
His end. You're witnessing the end. You're witnessing his end right now, and it's coming up fast. We'll see what happens. It's 2028.
It is 2028. Yeah, and the year is here. The year is here, bro. But you know what? I'm trying to find this clip. I wanted you to peep. People, I don't know if you heard this, but folks are talking about Don Lemon and Keith Edwards, bro. And Keith Edwards is starting to get some backlash from Jasmine Crocket supporters, right? And Don Lemon is starting to get backlash too, because they're saying why, people are saying that Keith Edwards was like a bulldog for what's the guy, who's the other guy who ran against her and won?
Tallarico.
I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly. And there's some backlash from that. Now, this is what I'm thinking. This is what I wanted to find the right clip, and let me see. As a matter of fact, I will be able to. 2 seconds. I don't know why it's not in here. I thought I pulled it up already, but I'm gonna have to go back and find it. But while I do that, here's where I'm getting at with this. This is what I was thinking. You have the Supreme Court ruling, right, which is new, but it has big consequences, right? The Supreme Court ruling has huge consequences for minorities, particularly. Let's start there. And where is it? Where is it? Is Louisiana for one, and then across the country, pretty much. Well, in red states, right? That's pretty much where it's going to have the biggest effect, and it's in red states, right? But
right.
Oh, let me pull this up. But in light of that, who's the target of this, right? Now, black people, folks are saying black people are pretty much on the menu for that, right? But that puts Jasmine Crocket out there also. What happened with her? The redistricting happened with her, right? Then she was forced to run. Now she's out of a seat, right? So, in my thinking is that, yeah, here it is. I just found it. My thinking is that, damn, in some kind of way, this is something people need to, I don't know. It just seems like for some reason this wasn't accounted for. Like this doesn't, I don't know if it matters, but listen, after this ruling with the Supreme Court, it seems like it's going to be very difficult for black women to have any representation, bro. In any red state.
Yeah.
Any red state.
That's the whole plan. That was the plan.
And Jasmine Crocket was the first target. She was targeted by Trump. And
targeted by.
And I don't know if we talked about this before, but I remember Bits was in the chat one day, and she was saying she stopped watching Keith Edwards because apparently she knew more than me, apparently, because I don't watch Keith Edwards that much, but apparently Keith Edwards had been kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say bulldog, but that's the allegation, right? But apparently been supporting Tallarico and going at Jasmine Crocket, right? Using his channel to go at her, right? And I just wanted to get your thoughts on it, because we talked about this a lot, like how there's different lefties, right? There's different people on the left. There's some Dems, some independents, but that doesn't mean much, right? Because at the end of the day, we have this dynamic in the left where we do, I don't know, sometimes we tend to undermine each other, right? Can it be? Is that fair enough to say? Is that fair enough to say?
Well, it's tough in this case because both of them were excellent people. Like I'm in Texas, but I wasn't in Austin then. I was in North Texas, so I voted for her.
Right.
But I saw Tallarico at a town hall meeting, and he had a lot of good points. You got to look at what each one of them did. Tallarico, for example, went to all the little northern states or northern counties up in like the Panhandle.
Right.
And that stuff. And he campaigned in like Waco, all that stuff.
Right.
She only campaigned in like the big cities. And the reason why, what she says is that she got death threats.
Yeah. That's what she says.
And a lot of these, that's what she said. Yeah. A lot of those small red states. And that came from Paxton.
I mean, she probably totally did. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's obvious, right? That's obvious.
I believe her. So she didn't really go to the red districts where Tallarico did. He went to extremely red. He came to where I was in a very, very rural red district or red county.
Okay.
And so he went everywhere. He went all over the state.
They don't bother you there?
Nah, because for me, it's weird. Like they can be pretty cool to you, like once they know who you are.
Okay, right.
But you can't talk politics with them. Like
Yeah, I
it's
understand.
impossible.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
impossible.
Right.
Impossible.
Good.
So but for the most part, most of them are actually decent people. They really just believe the lies, dude. They believe lies, and they're so gullible. They don't know that they're being lied to, and they don't have time to research any of it. It's just like us out of the mouth. They accept it as gospel.
But let me ask you
And that's the
this.
thing.
I get that part. I agree, and I understand. I understand it. But back to this situation now. Do you think that there's something Keith Edwards didn't take into account? Like,
No,
obviously,
I don't follow.
obviously
I don't
he
follow
didn't
Keith
notice.
Edwards, honestly.
Yeah, obviously he wouldn't know in advance the Supreme Court is going to rule the way they ruled, right? He wouldn't know that, right? But I'm just curious because it almost seems like maybe some politic in the black women regarding black people, maybe more so, even a little bit more so, or slightly more black women, is this dynamic that the system is against them anyway. So why would you not just support? You see what I mean? Like, I think that's how some of them roll. You see what I mean? Because the representation is so little anyway, right? And you see, Jasmine was targeted by Trump. She was targeted by Trump. I mean, how do you get over that when you don't just stand behind her? How do you change that when you just don't say, stop, full stop, that we can't do that? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, this is my take. In this case, that of course she's targeted by Trump. So this is the thing. Even though she's out right now of her seat, Jasmine Crockett's going to run in 2 more years. Whatever seat she's picked, she's going to win because she became even more popular.
Yeah.
So it will completely backfire. Like black magic only lasts for a very short while.
Yeah, that's true.
Like good magic lasts forever. And so Trump is using black magic right now. He's using evil, so it won't persist. And as far as the better candidate goes, honestly, Tallarico has more likability throughout the state than Jasmine Crockett did because she really played herself as like this spokesman for wrongdoing. And she called them out, and it really made her a target so that they're going to come out to vote against her. Where Tallarico, a lot of them are going to sit at home.
Yeah.
They're going to be like,
sorry about that.
And that's what you want.
I wasn't laughing at what you were saying about Jasmine. I was laughing, or what they were saying about what happened to her. I was laughing at something Eric wrote in the chat. Sorry about that. He wrote.
What did he say? When Eric, I was going to hear his guys say.
He wrote, did you see Tallarico's speech? He was wondering why Jeff Bezos has 12 homes. Yeah, I saw that one, but I laughed though because it is it is something that needs to be questioned, and it's people need to go directly at him. And I like Tallarico also, right? I like Tallarico also. But here's the thing, man. Don't get me wrong. I had no problem with Tallarico, to be honest with you. I have no problem with it because I think he also is bringing something very, very strong to the table, and it is in the region where he lives, just like Jasmine is from there. She lives there, so it's obviously people gathered around him and resonated with his message, and that's fair enough. You know what I mean? That's part of politics too, right? So that's how it works. People got to resonate with your message, and sometimes they're going to resonate with one person more than the other, period, right? And in this case, they resonated with Tallarico, right? But all in all, at the end of it, man, I think, and I'm not trying to make too much out of this either, right? But it just occurred in my mind, black people, black women, we don't know. No one can know until it's all said and done. But what I could say is that, a lot of, it seems like black women, intelligent black women are being targeted. Like Jasmine Crockett has you see what I'm saying? Like, yes, look, think about this. Just think about this. Think about it. Kamala Harris is no damn fool, right? She's not a fool. She's not lazy. She's not a fool.
Probably BP in modern history.
Exactly. And people voted for Trump over her ass. Then it's Jasmine Crockett. She's a lawyer, had worked as a lawyer for years, has a firm, and she's she's not a joke. And, you know, and she can't get a break. She gets targeted by the president. She's supposed to come out and speak out against him. She was a champion, not just for Texas, but for the country. She spoke out in a way nobody was willing to, man.
Yeah,
She spoke out in the way that, you know, that even Keith Edwards would demand someone speak out. Like, isn't he demanding it? Isn't he demanding that them speak like her?
So this is my thing.
Okay, go ahead.
What I noticed was that every place Jasmine Crocket visited, she won, and every place Tallarico visited, he won.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's
that's not what I'm talking about, though. That's not what I'm talking about. I get you on that one. I agree.
What you're saying is 100% accurate. Like that. That's not even a dispute. Let's not even talk about that. That's so blatantly obvious.
I don't get
that.
it.
That's extremely obvious.
Let's just listen to what they're saying about Keith Edwards here, and then you tell me what you think. And the reason why I'm ask you because we talk about Jasmine Crocket and talk about Tallarico. We talk about different aspects of politics all the time, you know. And I'm just curious here what your thoughts were, because when I heard this, I was like, damn, you know, I thought about this and I was like, yeah, it's not. I could see why Keith. I could see some of his point maybe, but they're claiming something in this video a step beyond it, man. They're actually claiming that Keith Edwards is a little bigoted, bro. That's what they're saying. They're saying he has a record. I don't know if it's true because I haven't observed it. Yeah, let's play it. Let me play it. I don't want to speak for them. But by the way, this is from the Karen Hunter show, and I just want you all to peep. I listened to some of it, and it just made me think a little bit. But the only reason why I really gave it a real deeper thought after I heard it was because I just thought from the other side, damn, if you're Keith Edwards and you see what's going on in the Supreme Court now, which is after the election in Texas, you know, the Supreme Court ruling was just the other day. So obviously the election was in the past, right? But now in retrospect, now that you see this Supreme Court judgment, I wonder, does it change his perspective a little bit? Like, does it make him feel like, damn, I went after Jasmine Crocket, like, or I'm not saying he went after her, but yeah, that was his job maybe, to go after her, to criticize her, right? But maybe he went after someone, and maybe he feels different now because, listen, man, these black women, bro, they're not going to get, they got the last thing they needed. And we're talking about intelligent women. They've just given license to southern states to just fuck them all over, bro. Like, you know, and first of all, women have been fucked over in the country forever. But being a black woman, man, that's kind of fucked because you got to do the job excellently and then just bear the brunt of how the system is always going to change and not work in your favor, bro. Like, but it's just something to think about. Let me play the video here. Let me play it. Here we go.
Our people dying is absolute bullshit.
They talking about Don Lemon. They're saying, why did Don Lemon take on Keith Edwards? And now this is their judgment. You know, I'm not really sure 100% where I'm at, but I do get some of I understand the ramifications regarding, you know, how difficult it is for black women, regardless of this or whatever I'm talking about in this particular election cycle, you know. But let's hear it. Let me play it.
That was Myron Clifton. That's his opinion on a story that has come out. And so people, why is Don Lemon getting dragged? Because Jasmine Crocket was like, yeah, absolutely not. No.
Ready. We're prepared. Do not give in to fear. We are fearless. This is not the time to be afraid. This is the time to stand.
Let me just fast forward a
We
little
will
bit.
not give in, not give up. We will not capitulate. We will not bow.
Yeah.
Affable
wow.
guy.
Okay, here we go.
But and somebody accused me, and I'm really doing this for the person that wrote me an email. Like, you seem to have a problem with Don Lemon. I don't, but now, since you brought it up, let's go. Jasmine Crocket seems to have a problem with Don Lemon. So if she got a problem with him, I got a problem with him. So that's
So how about that?
We team Jasmine Crocket, okay, over here. So she got a problem with so apparently Don Lemon went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, went to the Grindr event. You know, Grindr being the website for I guess gay men to hook up. So it's like gay men Tinder. It's Grindr.
Yes, I believe that's a good, accurate description.
So he's there with the founder of one of the proprietors of Grindr, who apparently was the guy who literally was doing hit pieces disparaging Jasmine Crocket.
So they're talking
when she was running for Senate.
They're talking about Keith Edwards. He got some business with Grindr. Okay, maybe. I guess. I guess Fries is on mute. Hold on. Let me just let it play then.
Accurate.
So he's there with the founder.
Yes, let it play. I'm watching it. I'm watching it too. No, I'm watching it.
Okay.
But there's a delay, so I'm watching it with you.
No worries. All right, I'm gonna let it play a little bit. No worries.
One of the proprietors of Grindr, who apparently was the guy who literally was doing hit pieces disparaging Jasmine Crocket. Okay, during when she was running for Senate against Tallarico. So I'm gonna play another content creator, Myron, because I do this, and he's been on the show too. Myron Clifton had this to say about the Jasmine Crocket Don Lemon situation. Play it.
Oof. Let me tell you something. So this is Jasmine Crocket, and she's saying that she refused to watch the Don Lemon sit down with the paid liar and smearer who has so much to say about me. Anyway, so that's you know what she's talking about? Don Lemon, who he's sitting down with, this paid liar and smear, is this guy right here. So this is the Grindr.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's the proprietor of Grindr. Is he? I don't know where they got that from.
Party at the,
or maybe they're just teasing because he attended the party. I don't know.
Near the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
I don't know. I'm still watching this with you.
For those of you who don't know, because some of my audience across apps skew older, Grindr is a dating app for gay men, I believe. I don't know if it's for gay women, but I know it's for gay men. So they hosted a party, as did other sponsors. And so this is Don Lemon. This is a guy named Keith Edwards. And to me, and in my opinion, Keith Edwards was the main spokesperson for James Tallarico in his race against Jasmine Crocket for Senate, for the Democratic Senate nomination to run in against the Republican. He was the most racist, anti-black woman troll over on Twitter. This guy right here. So if you want to know why
you hear that, the guy's calling him a racist, anti-black troll.
Right.
I mean, I'm curious about what they mean. But I did hear a little more, so let me play some more here. I didn't quite get the gist of how much. I didn't hear the whole thing, but let me play some of it here.
So many black women in particular, black people overall, but black women in particular in Texas, will not support James Tallarico because he never called off his hound dog right here, this guy right here. And so now you bring that all the way back around. That is why Jasmine Crocket is saying, I refuse to watch Don Lemon sit down with paid liar and smearer. Keith Edwards. And you know what? I don't either, because listen, Don Lemon is not required to support Jasmine Crocket. And he could be what is called an independent journalist, and he could just report the news and so forth and so on, right? That's not what is at issue here. Don put out a video where he said, I didn't know any of that was going on. I didn't check or anything like that. I just had to sit down. Sort of the, well, this white person's always been nice to me kind of deal, even though they just met. It was sort of that type of response. And that doesn't hit because you have to know in your business, you're in the business of knowing and of finding out and of researching and of being connected to what is happening so that you can present the most accurate information and stories and the most accurate nuance, because maybe there's something you know as a reporter that other people don't know. And so your response to the blow up of our people, Don, is absolute bullshit.
Okay, that was Myron Clifton. That's his opinion on a story that has come out. And so people, why is Don Lemon getting dragged? Because Jasmine Crockett was like, yeah, absolutely not. No.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this: Don is a friend of mine, and I thought it was a bit strange that he did the interview with Keith Edwards. Keith has been very anti-black. I saw the anti-blackness on Threads, and his response is it was just antagonistic and almost it felt targeted.
You see what I'm saying? Like they're going into some pointed language, and I'm just curious about what exactly it is
toward black women specifically.
Yeah, I've never heard any of this before. Like all this is brand new to me.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, no worries. Yeah, it's brand new to me too. It's brand new. But like I said, Bits, however, she didn't say this, but she said that she had an issue with Keith Edwards some time ago, man, months ago, right? And it had something to also do with Jasmine Crockett. But I can only I should have got Bits up here. I should have gave her a message and asked her to hop up and explain that. But in any case, let's hear some more here.
I had a real issue with that from Keith Edwards, and I did notice that Don asked Keith if he was a racist or if he then had implicit bias, which did suggest that he had some awareness of the discourse around Keith Edwards, while also simultaneously saying that he did not have knowledge of that. And so it kind of felt like it was a bit contradictory, honestly. And I hope that someone, maybe I'll ask Don about this, but I hope someone does get a chance to ask him to kind of clarify on that point, because it felt like he was saying two very different things.
Okay, wow. So then there's Don Lemon, right? 2 seconds, I'm going to get this over here. Then there's Don Lemon actually interviewed Keith Edwards, right? Which I'm going to play just a bit of that right after this. This doesn't take too long, but I just thought I'm not sure if anybody's ever heard any of the stuff that they're talking about that relates to Keith Edwards. Like, when has he been said to be anti-black or maybe harsh towards it with some rhetoric or something like this? I don't know, but let me hear some more here.
Do we, and this is an us conversation, right?
Right.
I think, and it's an unfortunate thing that there's no kind of cheat sheet on how to engage with people, because you like who you like, right? This person resonates with you for whatever reason. So, and you think that they're good people. Like, I don't think Don Lemon's a bad person. I do think that there's some tone deafness and some blind spots that he has. But I also think, again, he hasn't been raised up in the certain tenets of journalism, and then you're thrust into a space where it's the wild west and everybody with a microphone, and you have some skill because you used to being on TV, so you have advantages that most people don't have, and you're good looking and all of the other stuff. But we're in a time, Garrison, that we don't have time to play. There's too much going on. We got this president grifting every single day. I don't know if there's going to be Social Security for you. Definitely not for you. I don't know if I'm going to be able to have it. Healthcare is on the table. We got the damn gas prices are through the roof. Fertilizer for your crops. We don't even know if we're going to have crops. Are we going to have crops? I just bought some lemons, the organic lemons, no seeds in them. I went to squeeze. I squoze. Not a single seed came out. I said, how's...
Okay, hold on. Let me just get past this. Let me see.
Yo, get your Ida B. Wells on and your Charles Loeb. If you're going to be out there doing stuff, do what you're doing, which is why I have you on, because I think what you do is incredibly important. Give us some history.
I'll
if you
say
don't
that
have
this
nothing
one
else,
thing
give us
is that Tallarico absolutely cannot win without Jasmine Crockett's votes. Jasmine Crockett and him together had enough votes to beat either Paxton or the current governor Cornyn.
Yeah, they need to come together. Right.
Yeah, they have to. Otherwise they won't win. Like, she has the cities, he has the rural areas. So
but this ain't really about Tallarico though, because I agree with that. I understand 100. Yeah, I think both of them understand it. Like, they can't.
I hope so.
They have to work together. Jasmine Crockett and Tallarico, and I'm pretty sure they will. But I'm just curious about Keith Edwards, because this is the first time I heard that. And but let me let this guy just say what he's going to say, because he's going to make some commentary about it. Let me just play it real quick.
some history. If you have nothing else to offer, give us something we don't know about, something that has happened. Connect those dots. but I don't think we have time to play. There's not a time. Let me do something controversial. Let me sit down with Fucker Carlson. Let me sit down with the Nick Fuentes. Let me sit down.
I want to know what's controversial. What he did that was controversial, though.
No, this ain't that time to play and validate people who should be excoriated. That's just my opinion.
No, I agree with you. And it reminds me of what Ta-Nehisi Coates said in that one interview with Ezra Klein, where he said, was silence not an option? You didn't need, it's not like you need an interview with Keith Edwards. Keith Edwards, frankly, needs an interview with Don Lemon to grow his platform and to be relevant and to be in the discourse. We weren't talking about that man. We weren't interested in what that man had going on. But because he was proximate to Don, he's now in the conversation again. And so you don't need that, and I think you're totally right that it's time out for the kind of like gimmicks and the games when democracy is literally on the line. I had a conversation with Congresswoman LaMonica McIver today that will be coming out in the next week.
So I don't think he touches on what he's talking about, but here I just looked this up and just to see, it says, according to reports from late 26, the controversy centered on the following accusations of bias. Edwards faced backlash after his reaction to Jasmine Crockett's Senate run sparked accusations of bias. He appeared on the Don Lemon show, the 24th of April, to address the situation and a recent backlash, and had received the Super Bowl AI incident. In February 2026, Edwards publicly criticized a Super Bowl campaign advertisement from Jasmine Crockett, claiming that it used the AI to generate a crowd of supporters. He alleged he found a synth ID watermark in an ad indicating the use of Google Gemini. Okay, damn. Okay, Gemini. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, context of
AI.
Right. Yeah. He's saying that it was made. I'm using Google Gemini right now while I read this shit. Okay. But right, you can generate images too if you want. Right. I don't know. I think they can be pretty good, but obviously AI is not going to be, you'll be able to tell, I believe, right. But all right, it says context of the backlash. While the specific term anti-black has been used by some social media critics during these exchanges, Edwards has defended his record, and his discussion on platforms like the Don Lemon Show framed it as an unpackaging of political discourse and how his reactions to a prominent black lawmaker were received by the public. Beyond the specific 26 incident, Edwards has previously been credited with helping the Lincoln Project's message go viral, right? Because he worked with the Lincoln Project, right? And high-profile Democrats. Okay, so that doesn't seem to be that much there, but then let me just pull up this other clip here, because it is here where is it there? Okay. Where is it that one? Yeah, here it is right here. Let me pull it out. And this is the interview. Now, I just want to see how he responded. See, I never heard that.
Choose the car that best
the reason why
needs. And
shit.
Journey starts.
The reason why the reason why I wanted to know is because it's like, damn, I like some of his content, and I don't want to miss a beat when it comes to things like this, because don't get me wrong, I'm not saying he's done anything wrong, right? I haven't gotten to that part myself, but yo, let's be real about this. The stakes are extremely high for the most vulnerable people in the society. And we're not talking about illegal immigrants here. We're just talking about, African Americans maybe we shouldn't, we can complain about representation, because look at the goddamn Supreme Court and look at how few of us are actually represented in Congress. And then this ruling with the Supreme Court makes it even worse. And I just think it just seems to be a trend where hardworking black women are just being passed up. And we're not talking about the ones you would normally describe as one with that doesn't have a degree, or one that is a little troubled, a single, how they try to typecast some as how can I say this, not being responsible, let's say that, and also not being reasonable, let's say that. But Jasmine Crockett is not really that, and Kamala Harris is not really that, and actually most of the black women working in the Democratic Party are hardly anything like that. They're all serious professionals, like seriously beyond, what I would say is the norm for Republican men. Republican men they just all over the goddamn place, and it just kind of makes me, it hurts me, man. I'm a little hurt by this, not by Keith Edwards, but just by this ruling by the Supreme Court, because I know they are going. Black women have stood up for black people in America, in the United States of America, and stood up for women too. But they are literally on the front line for black Americans, and to just see them be targeted, man, is something. I think I'm just curious. I'm curious if Keith Edwards understands that. I'm just curious about that, man, because that's a serious reality, bro. It's a serious reality, man. But go ahead.
I've got to find out what actually happened. I mean, if this has to do, remember this is in the middle of like I thought
Primary.
they ran a pretty clean camp.
Yeah.
I thought they ran a pretty clean primary.
Yeah.
And they both agreed early on, like his, like Tallarico says, I'm not gonna insult her or put her down to win this primary.
Right.
That was never his message. He didn't even talk about her when he came and spoke. He was just talking about what he was gonna do.
Yeah.
And so again, there was never a county where they both went to that people had to make a choice. Either you saw Tallarico and go, I'm going to vote for that guy, or you sat at home.
Yeah.
And that's what our Jasmine talking to were like. I saw Jasmine. I'm voting for Jasmine. And that's what it was. The rest of the guys, people sat at home. If they didn't come to your county, those counties really didn't care.
Right.
And so that's what this is about. Like, this to me is just a distraction. Like, I don't know what he said that was so offensive. If it was simply, she used an AI video. Okay, well, did she? If she did,
so what?
So what? I don't care if she did.
Yeah, I'm lost at that one.
I don't care. I don't care what. Again, it's during the primary, so he's trying to look out for his boy. I get that, but that's not worth saying. Look, we're not going to come out and vote for him now. Like, and that way,
right? Yeah, true.
Paxton
well,
wins.
it has nothing to do with Tallarico, by the way. It has nothing to do.
Yeah,
the
but
criticism is not
could
towards
affect
Tallarico.
people voting for him.
Yeah, people shouldn't
I'm hoping,
do that.
I'm hoping not.
People shouldn't do that.
Well, that's my concern. Yeah.
Yeah. I understand you. Yeah, and I don't think. To me, I don't think it has anything to do with. It shouldn't have anything to do with Tallarico, and I'm not even sure if that's what it was about. I think, it just. I don't like the. I don't think. I'm not a person that likes to throw around the term anti-black so loosely. You see what I mean? And I'm
right. That's exactly.
Yeah, I don't do that, but because it doesn't have to be anti-black to be just not totally maybe getting everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, but I just have to say, like, yo, man, I hope people think about it because, it is not easy. I'm just saying, as a black woman, and I'm not a black woman, but I have to say this because I'm not insane. Inside of the United States of America, black women have to work very, very hard to get any fucking where. And I'm aware of that myself. And I'm not any great champion of anybody or black women, even myself, but I'm not insane. I'm a black man from the United States of America. I know plenty of highly not just qualified, but just exemplary black professional women that just are beyond, what the norm is, excellent. And even here in Denmark, I know a couple in Denmark. You see what I mean? And I just know how hard it is, and I know how frustrated black women are right now, man. They don't get a fucking break, dude. Like, they don't get a break, man. And I'm just like, they get punished for being good, and I just, it just made me want to look into this. But let me just hear what his rebuttal is. Yeah, what his explanation is. But go ahead. You wanted to say something?
I was gonna say, but like I've got a lot of family in DC.
Yeah.
And like pretty much every black aunt, cousin that I have works for the government or has worked for the government.
Yeah.
So when Trump and those guys came there and saw that, they wanted to get rid of that. They disassociated, black women working for the government and like what they're taking over. But that's been that way since like the 80s, 70s.
Yeah.
You know, it's not they just start working with it. It's just like look at the DMV. The DMV is mainly it's half women, you know, and half of them are women of color, and more than half.
Yeah.
And so this is what these white supremacists were looking at.
Yeah.
And this is what they're trying to undo. That's why they fired all the black women that they could. That's why they're trying to get rid of all the black female Congress movement. And it will last for Trump's term, but it will come to an end because they're the ones who made our country what it is today. And you know it'll have to balance itself out. So yeah, so there's definitely a lot of hatred going on toward like they hate America. And they hate what it stands for because they wanted to stand for something that it doesn't stand for. They wanted to stand for white supremacy, a white male. But it doesn't. America is really a black female at the DMV, a black female at a government office. And that's why they hate this country so much and that they're tearing it apart.
That is yeah.
That's what we're facing. But again, remember this comes from Russia.
Yeah,
Russia hates us.
Yeah.
They hate what we stand for.
They hate
like,
diversity,
there's no black
bro.
women in power in Russia.
Yeah.
They hate diversity.
It's crazy.
So
I mean, the oligarchs and the ruling class and all that, they hate it. They hate it, you know?
Yeah.
They
So
don't
this is where it's coming from. And it's here, and now we have to fight through it. Like, you know, like
we
Orban.
got to fight through it.
We got to fight through it just like they did in Hungary.
Well, I'm gonna play a bit of this one, and then I'm gonna chime out. I just wanted to see what the response was to that. You know, I said this before. I think they were both great candidates. I did think it's unfortunate that people have to see this, how this happens. Like we saw a woman, they went after her. They basically lynched Jasmine Crocket. You know, without killing her, they took her job. They stole her job. They didn't play fair. They redistricted and they stole her job, basically. And, you know, and she wanted to run for the Senate. People criticized her a little for jumping in the Senate when I believe Tallarico already had said he wanted to run, right? Is that the case, or do you know about that?
Yeah. I mean, she jumped in after she lost, after they pushed her out.
Right.
And it's good that she pushed in because, again, this is what hurts it. Her jumping in wasn't a bad thing because she goes to the places that he doesn't go to. And then in the end, they come together and they both work on the same team. That's how it should work out.
That's how it should work out.
So,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, exactly.
And so it was a good plan. I'm sure that they talked about it. I just need to make sure that all the Democrats come together in the end. They stop this kind of stuff right here.
Yeah.
And we get rid of Trump because Jasmine Crocket is not gone.
No.
She just got temporary pushed out of her space.
She's too strong to be gone. You know what I mean? She's way bigger than just that.
That's why
seat.
she needed this.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why she needed. That's why she needed the Senate race. So now that she had this, her name is out there through the whole state, and so it'll help her. Like if Tallarico wins, hopefully, fingers crossed. If he wins in 2028 or 2029 when she runs again, he'll be behind her 100%, and she'll get his seat back.
Yeah, I'd like to see her canvas for him also, you know, Tallarico, you know, in the main election. Yeah, no doubt. All right, well, I'm glad to get your perspective on that. Cause,
I'll be in the chat watching the rest of this.
Okay, yeah, appreciate you, Fries, for hopping up, man. It's been a minute too, but you know,
been a minute, brother.
Actually, yeah, I was on vacation, man. So now I'm back, and I was like, and you see how fast things change now. It's, oh my God.
Yeah. Welcome back.
Oh my God.
Good talking to the chat.
Yeah. Okay.
Eric,
okay. Peace. Everybody say thanks to Friars for coming up, everybody. Now listen, wow, you know, things are moving fast. There's a lot of other stories, but I'm going to have to cut it short. But I did want to check in and just see what happened with this, what this situation was about. And all my advice is, I haven't heard this part of it, you know, but my advice is that, listen, regardless, people, Dems and independents and Dems need to come together, and we need to just have real conversations about this moment that we are in, so we don't make the same type of mistakes. Now, it doesn't have to be the same person making the same mistake. It could be a new person, the other person making the mistake that the other one made last time. We need to kill all of that. And we need to be very, very clear that we're going to lose our fucking country and things are going to fall down the tubes if all of us do not come together. And nobody's fucking perfect. You know, nobody is goddamn perfect. We need to just get back to being good and expecting, you know, not being so critical about every, you know, some of these things. Like Fry said, maybe it's a distraction. Yeah, I'm hoping that's what it is too. And we don't need to be distracted. So I really hope it is the case that it's not something more than what, or it isn't so deep. Of course, there will always be some people that will probably go after Keith Edwards and feel that way, because I don't know his history myself. But again, Keith Edwards is not running. It's Tallarico, and I just think it's a mistake to mix the two individuals up. You know what I'm saying? Like, really, I think that would be a mistake. And right now, we got to stick with what matters, and what matters is Tallarico is the one running, and it's not Keith Edwards. Who I don't even know. I don't even care if he has some connection myself to Tallarico's main campaign or anything like that. It's possible that he will. It's possible that he won't. Who knows? But at the same time, it's likely he will. But at the same time, I'm also curious if Keith Edwards has any retrospective thoughts, since now this Supreme Court case has come out. And I don't even think this Don King thing, this is even before the Supreme Court case. So what we hear won't even have the Supreme Court in mind. But yeah, on that note, yeah, we need to fight for representation, and we need to fight for everybody's representation, not just our own, but everybody. We need to fight for fairness in our country, in our democracy, and in our government, you know, and in our representatives. You know, people need to feel like they have a shot, and that they're not going to be attacked for just who they are. You know, you can't help who you are. You can't help how you look. You can't help your ethnicity. You can't help where you grew up. You know, you can't help any of those things. You know, they're not things you're just born into this world, you know. So, yeah, so we need to stand behind people that are good and are solid workers, and people that want to do good. And sometimes things may not work out all the time, but we got to keep the faith and try to move on. So let me see here. Let me just listen to a little bit of this now.
Hi. So you're in D.C. now, back again.
I'm back to ground zero.
Why?
Yeah, and this is from Lemon Drop, Don Lemon's program on YouTube and Keith Edwards has his own channel, but so now they're about to get into it.
Why? I'm here for the White House Correspondents', not the dinner, but the events.
You're not going to the dinner?
No.
Why not?
Are you going to the dinner?
No.
No.
I can't. Here's my
Would they arrest you if you showed up?
That's the thing. Why would I go and sit and like have champagne with people who arrested me? And so I feel like sitting there and sipping champagne in a tuxedo is kind of normalizing it, and this isn't normal.
Well,
and legitimizing.
I feel the exact same way. Like, he's obviously going to make fun of the press because he's going to give a little speech, right? And so, what do the press do in that moment? Did they laugh at themselves?
Hold on. Let me just try to get through
When
this.
I walk in, I'm often the most...
All right, so here we go.
I think the way...
Oops. Oh, shit. God, sorry about that, y'all. 2 seconds here. I just want to make sure I get the right part so we can hear his response. Appreciate everybody for coming out. Please click the like button. Again, thanks for Friars for hopping up. Click the like button. Do me that favor. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed, and share the videos when you get a chance to share the videos. Let me see. Is this it right here?
Way that she says she can win Texas.
Here we go.
Doesn't work.
All right. So here we go.
I've watched it from. We got to sell what we do. We have to make sure that our engagement. And I was talking to Brian about it. And he goes, "Hey, have you noticed in the last couple of weeks?" I'm like, "Yes, I've noticed." And so you're like, "Wait, what's going on? Do people or not?" But
Here
it's
we
just
go.
that it's an ebb and flow, and I think people have war fatigue right now. And yeah, right. So you're right. That's a very good thing. I think we all feel that because we're not just creators, or it's not just the editorial. We're entrepreneurs. Like we have to sales. We got to sell what we do. We have to make sure that our engagement is good. All of those things.
Yeah, I didn't.
My dog agrees.
Yes, I didn't get into this to be a business person, but unfortunately now I am. Yeah, which
Amen.
I don't really want to be, but here we are.
How are you dealing with the scrutiny? Because you've dealt with some things. People got mad at you. Black people got mad at you. Jasmine Crocket.
Yes.
I sort of watched it from afar and near, and I'm like, I'll talk to him about it later.
I think it's okay. I think I had my opinion, and then other people have their opinions. I think there are some people who have a response to my critiques about whether or not someone has a good strategy for winning. I think some can be valid, but I think a lot were in bad faith, and that I think it's unfortunate that that's a response you can get on the internet for truly just saying like, I think the way that she says she can win Texas doesn't work. But that's the internet. It's the internet. I can say something, they can say something. I will not say that it doesn't bother me, because it's so funny that this is what I do for a living, because I just get really frustrated when people do not, when I feel misunderstood. But I do this job where that's kind of like people are trying to best misunderstand what you're trying to say. So it's frustrating, but it's also just kind of part of what it is.
This is my perspective, and I've learned probably from being a journalist and doing it a long time that not everything is black and white, and not everything is 50-50. And I think especially as members of an underserved community, of a minority community, being LGBTQ, that the rules are not always the same for us, and the rules are not the same for black women. And when when they're criticizing or analyzing, they need to take that into account, because that's very important. And so some people thought that what you did was racist, or maybe you were just oblivious to, that aspect of the criticism of Jasmine Crocket. How do you feel about that?
I understand that, but the first thing I posted that went super viral, and where I was trending on Threads of all places, was when she said that she doesn't need to win MAGA voters, and I believe all I said was, I think you do. That's it. And I think that's all I said. But the replies were like, of course, as a white man, you blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I just don't, I understand, of course.
But that's where we are.
I know, but I understand, of course, that it's like,
So you see, actually, Friars, he's got a different opinion than you, man. That's interesting. So his opinion is closer to my opinion on this one particular part. That, I'm saying we need to win over Americans, whether they're MAGA or not, whether they're, even if they, but actually, you don't feel like them should focus on that. But in Texas, I guess that is what he's talking about, right? Keith Edwards. And oh shit. You guys, please don't fight in this chat, man. Please. Let me get through this, and then I'm gonna talk to you guys now. But yeah, please, y'all, let's be nice. Let's not let's welcome everybody. Try to welcome everybody, especially I see MZ is a new person in the chat. So let's try to give her an opportunity to be in here, before things lunch out. but listen, let me get back to this real quick. Yeah, in Texas, you probably do need to be at least considerate, but I think it's also, I'm not too sure what he means by that, because let's be honest, the leader of MAGA said, basically targeted her. So she, if they do what Trump told her to do, they're not going to consider anything she says anyway. And but then there's another dynamic to it. And I don't know if Keith Edwards is saying this, right? But maybe he's saying she's a black woman and she probably not going to win this race in Texas right now. Like, maybe that's what he's saying. And I don't know if that's what he's saying, but yeah, let's see. It's
a different thing to want to run as a black woman than it is to run as a straight white man. I get that, and I understand that.
Okay, yeah,
there
that's
are
true.
people who make bad faith attacks, or there are people who make attacks that they don't even understand their biases when they're doing them. I understand that, and I am aware that could be something that but I have people in my life who I check in stuff with, and I really don't think I've always asked people, and not doing it all the time, but people be like, you're racist, you only talk poorly about women and black people. I'm like, well, can you please let me know, can you reply please with the things that I've said that have been racist or misogynist? And there isn't really anything. They never reply with evidence other than I just didn't support the candidate that they support, or I didn't say the thing in the way that they would say it. But I understand, and not everyone's gonna be happy with my critiques or my commentary, but that's kind of okay. I'm okay with that, But I don't think what I'm ever gonna do is shut up because I do feel like are bad faith attacks, just to try to make me go away.
Do you think that when people are calling you racist, what do you think of that? Are you racist, do you believe?
No.
Do you ever think about that? Maybe.
No, I don't think about it at all. No.
You think you should think about it?
No, I don't, because I know that I'm not. And also, do you know what racism, like a racist? What a racist is? A racist is someone who thinks that they are inherently better than someone else. They have inherited gifts because of the color of their skin. No, I do not.
Do you think you have unconscious bias?
Do I think I have unconscious bias? No, but it's unconscious.
That's the point. Yeah. But that's the point. I've thought about those things, and I've realized that sometimes for me as a person of color, before even being gay, that I will sometimes go to that first, right? Like, oh, it's racist or whatever. And it could be. It's very similar to my friends who are Jewish. Oh, it's anti-Semitic. Like that's kind of the first thing, or it's homophobic or whatever. But it makes me think about those things. I actually have thought about, am I homophobic as a person? Because there's a lot of internalized homophobia among gay and lesbian, transgender folks. There's a lot of unconscious bias among African Americans, even about African Americans. I mean, look at Byron Donalds and those guys.
Sure. Sure.
But are just not being aware. And so but I think that people should think about those things.
They should. And
who's your therapist? I'm going to call him up.
I'll give her a number after this. Yeah, I mean, I understand that is definitely a thing, but it's also like, if someone says, well, you're being racist, and I'm like, well, I'm not, and they're like, well, no, you just have unconscious biases, and it's like, there's nowhere to go in that, because it's like, okay.
You can ask them, why do you think that? But you don't care to engage in it.
On the internet, you're not going to do that.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But also, okay, another thing, do you think that's maybe good?
I think I'm going to sum it up here. Please go watch the interview if you haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, but I've been thinking while I've been listening to it. And I would say this. There's only one way to find out if you can win in Texas as a black woman, and that is to run. And when you're running, you're going for the whole shebang. You're going to win. And so that's your mindset. There's no other way to know. When you're in a situation, think about this. Kamala Harris was just the first vice president that wasn't a man in the history of the country. So somebody had to do it, and there was loads of people betting against her, and she did it. You see what I'm saying? So if someone just, everyone may not get that calculation right. Everybody may not get the calculation right. And I think it comes down to that. No matter what, there's going to be some people that believe in you a little more than others. And some of this is about belief. So if he didn't believe she could win because it's Texas, I can kind of understand that. But then again, I ain't from Texas myself. She is, right? I'm not from Texas. So why would I tell her? I don't know. I don't know. But I know one thing for sure. It's always up. It's always upward bound, because somebody has to break the glass ceiling. Someone has to get through there. And so I think it's a little different when you're a woman and how you look at it. There's always reasons why you can't win, and then there's always the first one that does. You see what I mean? And I think Jasmine Crockett is like that kind of lady. She's willing to go out there and break ground, and she is, like Fryer said, she is going to break ground anyway. And I think maybe it's up to your own perspective on this one. Maybe Keith Edwards just didn't feel that she could, like he said, you know, he acknowledged, you know, she's a black woman in Texas, you know, and Texas may not want that for that type of leadership. You know what I'm saying? And yeah. I don't mean to, I'm not trying to speak for him, but it sounded to me kind of like that. He said, this is not the way you're going to win in Texas. You have to reach out to Republicans. I think there's a lot. Yeah, you got to reach out with the Republicans. But like Fryer said, you got to knock on doors. But then there's also, do you believe a black woman could win in Texas? Like, do you believe it? A lot of people would. So, or they wouldn't believe that maybe a type like her could win in Texas. There's also that kind of thing. And I don't know if that's what he's saying, but I'm sure there's a lot of different people that would just say no. But I can see Jasmine Crockett is not that type of person that takes no for an answer. Not about something like this. Like, she's a congresswoman. There haven't been many congresswomen in Texas at all. So as a matter of fact, let me see. Is Jasmine Crockett the first black Congress? Let me see, Congresswoman in Texas. I know that Texas hasn't had many governors. I don't think Texas has had one non-white male governor. Okay, so Jasmine Crockett is not the first black congresswoman from Texas. That distinction belongs to the legendary Barbara Jordan. Here's the breakdown. Okay, Barbara Jordan, the first in 1972, was the first black woman from Texas and the first from the entire South to be elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. She became a national icon during the Watergate impeachment hearings. Okay. And then there was Eddie Bernice Johnson, longest serving, elected in 1992. She represented the 30th District of Texas. She was a giant in Texas politics. Okay. And then there's Sheila Jackson. Okay. And so Sheila Jackson is number 3. She has represented 18th District for decades and remains one of the most recognizable and senior black women in Congress. Where Jasmine Crockett fits in, Jasmine Crockett was elected in 2022 and assumed office in January 2023. While she is not the first black congresswoman from Texas, she has achieved several of her own firsts. Succession. She is the first person to represent the 30th District following Eddie Bernice Johnson, 3 decades tenure. Okay. Leadership. She was the first African-American woman elected as the freshman leadership representative for the House of Democrats. Okay. So she's the first in that regard. First African-American woman elected as a freshman leadership and representative for the House of Democrats. And that means something. And to be targeted by a person who's Jeffrey Epstein's one of his closest friends for the time he was out there raping and pillaging and espionaging, you know, to have that person be able to target you and you just lose your job like that is very whack. It says a lot about the United States of America. But academic, but when you're a politician, you can't always take things personal. You got to be able to see beyond it because, there are these types out there that you just ain't going to be good enough for no matter what you do. And that's how you can't take it personal. You got to keep moving on. Academic history. She's the first African-American graduate of the University of Houston Law Center to serve in the U.S. House. Summary. While Jasmine Crockett is a high-profile rising star in the Democratic Party, she follows in the footsteps of pioneers like Barbara Johnson and Eddie Bernice Johnson. Okay, so on that note, I'm out, and wow, it's always never enough time, but damn, you guys got me here for like 4 hours today, and but I enjoy it, and I appreciate everybody that shows up on the regular and the people that see the replay, the restream. I appreciate you all so much. Do me a favor, one last thing. I got some new music out, and you probably have seen some of the let me see here. Some of the, here we go. You've probably seen some of these images here, which are the covers for different music, do me a favor, go over to Spotify, or as a matter of fact, if you use Spotify, let me dig this up right now. Let me see here. Spotify, the artist name is Empirical, but there's two. So do not choose the one that says that doesn't say this. Hold on, Love and I'm gonna choose the one that has Love and Madness on it. But let me just pull that up real quick, and I'm gonna put it in the chat. Yo, if you use Spotify, go there, play some of the music, and subscribe to the channel. Right? I guess that's what you do on Spotify. You subscribe. Let me see here. Yeah, here we go. Now let me just get the artist link. Sorry about the 2 seconds, and then everybody can go there and check it out. As a matter of fact, can I just show it to you, or do I need to put the link there? Yeah, I guess I'll put the link here. Let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. Is it that? Here we go. Yes. Let me pull this up on so you guys can see in the stream. Okay, so we got that one there. I'll put that in the chat, and people can check it out. I appreciate the support, no doubt. Let me see. Here we go. There it is right there. That's on and that's on Spotify, and then you can Google the songs if you're on YouTube. If you use YouTube instead, do that. Yo, listen. They don't know. Yeah, you like that. Yeah. The other track too. Yeah, I'm gonna rock out on that on the way out. But I appreciate everybody. As a matter of fact, let me see. Do I have this up right here? I think I have it up right here. Here we go. This is what it looks like. This is the page. And can I go like this to open it up? Right? Is that here? There we go. You see that? Here we go. This is what it looks like. So you can go to that page and check out some of the tracks, and I'm gonna catch up with you guys later. I appreciate it. Let me know how you feel about them. The track They Don't Know is one of the new ones, and let me see here. Let me see which track I can pull up. The one I would suggest. There's two tracks here. Yeah, We Got What You Need. So check that one out, and I'm gonna throw that up, and I will be back in the next 18 hours. I appreciate everybody for coming out again. Thanks so much for that. Also, the mods, yo. I appreciate you guys so much for being there for me and consistently, because nobody's getting paid really, you know what I'm saying, to mod, but you guys really do help out a lot, and your generosity is, I really do appreciate it. Nobody's time is cheap, and I know you wouldn't be here if you didn't appreciate what I was doing, and if we weren't on the same page with what has to happen in our country, to save it. So again, I appreciate you guys. All right now, so I appreciate everybody. Be out and have a good evening or good morning, and I'm gonna leave you with some of my music. All right, see ya. Share the video, subscribe and like. Fuck Trump. Let's save our country. Fuck JD Vance. All right, y'all. See ya.
Cause the others, they ain't got what's necessary, the necessary ingredients, but we do. Check it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. Before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. you let it. You don't let it. If you let it, let it. Let it, what? If you let it, well, let it. Let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it. Let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Check it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. From our harshest past and better than our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over problems we can fix, industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie. That you're gonna feel mine tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna feel mine tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna feel mine tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna feel mine tonight, 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 tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. To the human bliss. Everybody here, yeah. They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. But I'm gonna free your mind tonight. They don't know. That I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. That I'm gonna free your mind tonight. To all the ghettos around the world. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. When am I walking? Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers been living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the projects, enter rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my man Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, hey yo, brothers gots to go. No show is live with narrate, fuck Memorex. My man Rollo's got a gat in Paulo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking lie. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families, genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists, giving all our power to the damn commercialists that see us just as being sheep in this world, that want us to do what we're told like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality in this day. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. And then decipher the code through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of bias, educational methods, twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate, understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle, we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time, we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true, man. You know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums than use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you, despite the system trying to clamp down on the people. People will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far. But evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin. But then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, so boy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey, kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics, just atomic. Bees like a bonnet, cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the erratic type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in a prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Follow him, the one who protects ya. And the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya. And in this way I deliver my lecture. I traveled the globe just to gain perspective. The theory of relativity applied. Of course, it took a while to decide how I should proceed, but even my life is truly based upon need. So I move forward with more deliberate speed. Smash corny motherfuckers that stuck on greed. My seed is worth more than $1 million in future stock. The goal is to break the safe, the padlock. Mad cats can't stop it, need a rocket. Your style is boring and cold, mine is tropic. Battles you want, commit, you'll change the topic. My partner stood there to put your beat in the pocket. So this nigga here can proceed to destroy your stereotypical pop rap gangsta ploy. Not hating on niggas from the ghetto, but I'm hating on copycat rappers from the meadow. They procreate bullshit without paying the price. That's like talking about CeeLo with no dice. I drink milk, but that's about it. I won't compare dairy MCs to dope shit. I want you full undivided in this here place. We think to entertain and to educate your bum ass niggas and your non-believers. You know we change your membrane every time you see us. The odds can't stand when you leak away ease. The way we get love from the finest ladies. Oh my son, oh here comes another one. About to take it to the place that lies under the sun.